Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We do have the individual that we believe to be the suspect pinned in a perimeter in an area, and we are undergoing every effort to bring this incident to a peaceful resolution at this time.
We're coming on air here with breaking news. Another Baltimore County police officer shot, and the gunman, the suspected gunman rather, has been spotted in Hartford County. Residents in the Fallston area are being asked to shelter in place. Good morning, I'm Taylor Stewart. Police are calling the suspected armed, dangerous and armed. Now, we've got live team coverage this morning of this story. Shannon Lilly is at the Shock Trauma Center where that injured officer is right now with multiple gunshot wounds. Let's get to Olivia Dance first. She's in Fallston with the latest on the search. Olivia.
Yeah, Taylor, this manhunt has now spread across multiple county lines, and right now we're in Hartford County. I'm actually off of Bel Air Road, and let me show you that police are actually blocking off this road here. In fact, they're blocking off many roads in this area, but the Hartford County Sheriff's Office says that they have a very tight perimeter on who they believe is the suspect. Now, if you remember, the suspect is 24-year-old David Linthicum, who has now shot 2 police officers. The most recent shooting was last night in Baltimore County. After that, Linthicum took a vehicle and fled from police. That's when a pursuit began across county lines. Linthicum eventually got out of the vehicle near the Fallston Mall, which is actually just about a mile up the road from where I'm standing right now. And the Hartford County Sheriff's Office now has eyes on him, and they say that the situation is contained and that he's in a wooded area near the mall.
We believe he is armed with at least 1 rifle. So you just can't, it's not as easy, and we've been watching some of the social media comments. It's not just as easy as walking up and putting him in handcuffs. The last thing we want is another exchange of gunfire, and we don't want to take, we don't want to be forced into a position to take this individual's life. So if it takes negotiations, and right now there has been no contact with him. We can see him, but there's been no contact with him. He's been moving around a little bit.
County, state, and federal partners are all working together to bring Linthicum into custody peacefully. Delaware State Police are even providing equipment that is being brought to the scene. And the Sheriff's Department says Linthicum knows that they are there, and he hasn't moved much since being in that wooded area. But they say at this time there is no threat to the public, but a shelter-in-place order is in effect, as you heard Taylor mention. Also, several businesses are closed because of this, including this Wawa that we're at right now. But the Sheriff's Department says that they are confident that this manhunt will finally be resolved here in Hartford County. For now, reporting live in Fallston, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
All right, thanks, Olivia. As she mentioned, Linthicum shot a second Baltimore County officer. That officer was taken to shock trauma where he's on life support. This is footage of the helicopter arriving there. Shannon Lilly joins us right now this morning. You're live at the Shock Trauma Center with the latest on that officer's condition. What can you tell us, Shannon?
Well, Dr. Scalia tells us, Taylor, that officer, that detective, rather, he is on life support, but thankfully he is in stable condition. But he says that this might be a long road to recovery. Even right here at Shock Trauma, he says that he will be here for a while. Now, let's get you back to another look at that helicopter landing on the hospital overnight. This was around 10 last night. And just before this, around 9:20, that's when Baltimore County Police tell us one of their detectives was shot multiple times along Warren Road during the manhunt of David Emery Linthicum. Police also confirming to us that the detective's car was stolen by Linthicum during this encounter. They say the detective shot was wearing a ballistic vest at the time he was rushed here. Now, Dr. Scalia says that he has multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and extremities. And we spoke with County Executive Johnny Olszewski, interim Baltimore County Police Chief Dennis Stelp, and others who were all outside of Shock Trauma tonight showing their support. Take a listen. Well, we'll hope to get back to that sound in just a minute or so. But Taylor, we do have to say that the officer has been treated here at Shock Trauma. And we know that the first officer that was also shot was treated here at Shock Trauma as well. And so thankfully that first officer has been treated and since released. But this is the second officer with Baltimore County Police that has been treated here at Shock Trauma in just a 36-hour window. So a very difficult time for them. And again, that second officer is still here in stable condition. The first has thankfully been released. Back to you.
All right, Shannon. So the first Baltimore County officer that was shot on Wednesday night, as a result of this investigation, you're saying they're in stable condition. They've been released at this point.
They've been released, yes.
All right. Well, let's recap this. This all began on Wednesday afternoon when Baltimore County Police were called to a home on Powers Avenue in Cockeysville. It was a man in crisis call. A family member escorted the officers to that man, but he began firing at police. One officer was injured. That officer, as you heard Shannon say, has since been released from the hospital. Following the shooting, there was a barricade situation, and Lithicum ultimately slipped away. Last night, residents in the Cockeysville area could hear flashbangs as police continue to search. Take a listen to what they heard.
There was another one. That's the third explosion.
Now, residents in the area also sharing video with FOX45 News where you can hear what sounds like police making possible contact with Lithium. Take a listen. Now you can hear in the video officers saying on that loudspeaker, "David, come out, we won't hurt you." According to police, after he shot the officer, he stole a police vehicle and drove to Harford County. Again, there is a shelter-in-place order for effect in residents in the Fallston community. Now, we want to show you that picture once again. The suspect is David Emery Lithicum. He is 5'7". He has auburn hair, and again, he's armed and dangerous. If you see him, do not approach him. Call 911. We've posted this picture on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Fox45 News is going to continue to follow this developing story for you all morning long. We'll bring you updates as we get them.
Switching gears now, 4:37 is your time. Taking a look at our forecast here for your Friday as we get into the weekend. Overall, our temperature's kind of mild right now. Looking out over downtown Baltimore, got a few clouds out there, but not really tracking much in the way of any precipitation. And temperatures are mild. Look at these numbers, mid to upper 50s, even some 60s as well. So that mild air is hanging around from what we saw yesterday as well. A mild Friday morning, sunny and breezy for the afternoon. We'll definitely see colder temperatures as we head into the weekend. We're also tracking some showers for Super Bowl Sunday, but high temps will be in the mid to upper 50s and lower 60s for this afternoon. We'll have your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
We can learn more today in the case against former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby. Just ahead, the big question this morning about what's next. Plus, temps stay mild for one more day before the colder temperatures move in. Our Weather Authority team tracking the conditions for you all morning long here. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Taking you live to the manhunt currently happening in Fallston right now. There is a shelter-in-place order in effect for residents in that area. The suspect considered to be armed and dangerous. Now, if you see him, do not approach him. Police say call 911. And taking you back live to the Shock Trauma Center, where the Baltimore County police officer is still on life support this morning. We'll continue to follow his condition all morning for you and bring you those updates both here on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. Turning gears now to the federal trial of former Baltimore City State Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Now, today we could learn new dates for the trial moving forward. Right now, Marilyn Mosby has been appointed a public defender, after all 6 of her attorneys withdrew from the case. A year ago, federal prosecutors charged Mosby with perjury and making false statements on mortgage applications. It's related to her purchase of 2 vacation homes in Florida. A police chase ends with a collapsed home. Just ahead, the new charges for that driver. A Baltimore couple shares their heart-racing story of an encounter with a squeegee kid. Fox 45 News questions police on how they're enforcing the squeegee ban. And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, your hard-earned tax dollars going to waste. It is our weekly look into the most egregious, wasteful government spending. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. An update this morning surrounding the deadly crash along North Wolf Avenues in Baltimore. Now, investigators say 33-year-old Sean Lee Brunson was driving a stolen vehicle trying to get away from police when he crashed into another car. Both of those cars then went into a building that caused it to collapse. Now, as a result, pedestrian 54-year-old Alfred Fincher was killed. Police say all 5 occupants of the 2 cars have been released from the hospital. Investigators say it began when officers spotted a stolen car not far from there and attempted to stop it. Take a listen to the dispatch audio from responding officers.
It's this vehicle right in front of me. See if you can pin it in. Pin it in. All right, it's taking off in the alley. It looks like, I don't know if it's going to be able to get out of here. Just let it go, guys. It's westbound on Sinclair. It's traveling at a high rate of speed. It looks like it's going to go southbound on Wolf and come out north Ave. Yeah, just hit a car, collapsed building. Building just fell on it north on Wolf. Get some units, start a couple medics. Hit a civilian vehicle. The building collapsed on it, on both vehicles. Start a couple medics.
Brunson now faces auto theft charges and more are pending. Police say the car was stolen on Tuesday. Turning now to a city in crisis, today marks 1 month since the Squeegee collaborative plan took effect and the first day that police will hand out citations. This morning, we are hearing of another alarming incident involving a Squeegee kid and a driver. Now, one couple that does not want to be identified tells FOX45 News a Squeegee kid threatened them when they declined having their windows washed.
Go to open the door and stand up. Tell him, sir, could you stop? You know, we don't want the service. Could you stop? He got really angry. I mean, very angry, and said, so it's going to be like that.
He was really, really angry. He was threatening my husband at that point, threatening him to get out of the car.
According to the couple, the Squeegee kid gestured to them that he was armed.
He's got his hand in his pocket sticking out and saying, get out now, get out now. And she's frantic.
I was thinking about Timothy Reynolds. I said, is this going to be a situation where we are actually shot? I didn't know whether we were going to be shot or killed.
He was gesturing as though he had a firearm. He put it in my face in the window.
The couple says that's when the light turned green and they sped off. They called police. Now, we reached out to police asking how many warnings they've issued to Squeegee kids in the past month. A spokesperson answered saying 18 warnings have been given for pedestrians walking and standing in the roadways since January 10th. We're going to take you back out live to the manhunt currently happening in Fallston right now as a shelter-in-place order is in effect for residents in that area. The suspect considered to be armed and dangerous according to police. If you see him, do not approach him. Call 911. Olivia Dance is there in the Fallston area. She's going to join us with an update in about 10 minutes. All right, good Friday morning to you, meteorologist Justin Chambers. Here with a look at our forecast. What are we expecting today and this weekend? It was gorgeous, I mean, yesterday.
Yeah, last couple days we've had temperatures that have been hanging out in the 60s, and we're going to continue that trend today, but as we get to the weekend, that's when temps are going to start coming back down. So taking a look outside right now, excuse me, overall very nice and muggy. I mean, actually mild and muggy, and we're talking about that in February. Definitely not something we typically see this time of year. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, everything is nice and calm at this time. Look at the temperature, 64 degrees. Our high yesterday was 65, so you can see that that mild air is definitely in place. Maybe a light jacket as you step out over the next couple of hours. And check out these numbers here across the board. I mean, 59 in Westminster, 60 in Bel Air, 62 in Stevensville and Annapolis, 57 your temp in Columbia. Here's what's going on. Our HD radar. We do have wind advisories posted for western Maryland for the afternoon as that wind is going to continue to be kicking up. That cold front passing through the region as we speak. So the milder air is going to be moving out of here and the colder air will start to settle in. 62 next hour on your Rise and Shine cast. We're back to the mid to upper 50s over the next few hours. Again, overall, it's going to be a very mild Friday morning. As we head toward the afternoon, our numbers will be cooler than yesterday, so still well above average. We're talking about mid-50s and even some lower 60s for some of you. This continues up and down the 95 corridor. However, it will be colder in western Maryland, sneaking into the upper 40s there, and we're going to get in on some of that in central Maryland tomorrow. And you can see on our temperature tracker how those numbers go back down Saturday and Sunday closer to the average line. Then we'll see those numbers rise back into the 50s and lower 60s as we head toward next week. So it is going to be a brief cool down. Here's a look at our future scan. Mostly sunny skies, breezy this afternoon. Saturday, not too bad. Just going to be a little bit on the colder side. Sunday, we are tracking some showers as we head into Sunday afternoon, and mostly it's going to be later in the day into the evening time. So a little wet on your Super Bowl Sunday, which you can watch right here on Fox 45. There we go. That 7-day forecast looking good for next week with numbers that start to rise back into the 50s and 60s, and we dry out. Let's get a check on our mass transit with MTA, and it's Mark Jones on a Friday. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got train 403 on the Penn line of MARC operating with a delay running about 5 minutes late. The other trains and lines of MARC are on time for your Friday start. Light rail link right on schedule from end to end. No delays there. And Metro subway link on time from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
The academic performance of American students hitting unprecedented lows. Republicans latching on to the issue as a possible ticket back to the White House. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington.
And our breaking news coverage continues this morning of the manhunt in Harford County. The latest details on that suspect's possible location. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, early edition, all local, all morning. Taking you live to the manhunt currently happening in Fallston right now. There is a shelter-in-place order in effect for residents in that area. You can see the police presence there. The suspect considered to be armed and dangerous. If you see him, do not approach him. Now, we're taking you back live here to the Shock Trauma Center, where the Baltimore City police officer is still on life support this morning. We will continue to follow his condition throughout the morning for you and bring you those updates both here on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Now, Baltimore City schools in the spotlight as a Project Baltimore investigation reveals more than 20 schools did not have a single student proficient in math. It comes as education across the country becomes a key issue for politicians gearing up for the 2024 presidential run. Now, national correspondent Kayla Gaskin joins us with that report.
American students increasingly struggling to read, write, and do math on grade level. Inner city students among the hardest hit.
How is he supposed to be productive if he can't read?
Nichelle Watkinson's fourth grade son attends one of 23 Baltimore City schools where not a single student tested proficient in math on the state exam.
Who do you hold accountable for that?
Local lawmakers dodging questions from Sinclair station WBFF.
And as some elected officials run from the issue, others are tackling this crisis in the classroom head on.
Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders announcing a new state education plan this week, increasing teacher pay, school choice, and expanding early education.
Here in Arkansas and across America, Republicans are working to end the policy of trapping kids in failing schools and sentencing them to a lifetime of poverty.
In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis continuing his crusade to rid the public K-12 education system of woke political ideology.
We believe in teaching kids facts and how to think, but we don't believe they should have an agenda imposed on them.
Senator Josh Hawley from Missouri, one of the first to introduce federal legislation to combat the problem with his Parental Bill of Rights in 2021.
They're scared to death that they don't have any say in their kids' education. It's time to put parents back in control.
Former President Trump even latching on to the gender identity in schools fight as he runs for another term in the White House.
The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on our children is an act of child abuse.
Trump and others echoing Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin's successful campaign playbook and betting that the education issue will be the key to a GOP victory in next year's presidential race. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Now, Miami Law School has officially named itself after civil rights attorney Ben Crump. The College of Law at St. Thomas University made that change on Wednesday. It will now be known as the Benjamin L. Crump College of Law. Crump is the first black practicing attorney to have a law school named after him. The university cited Crump's passion for justice and a shared goal of meaningful change.
And so St. Thomas University, Ben Crump College of Law, let's go out and exalt the humanity in all of our brothers and sisters, all of God's children. Let's use the law as an instrument for good.
Crump has worked in several high-profile civil rights cases, including those of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. He now represents Tyree Nichols' family. Just last month, he threatened to sue Florida Governor Ron DeSantis over his rejection of a new high school AP African-American history course. He's also part of a lawsuit against the Baltimore City public school system.
The manhunt for David Linthicum is now in Harford County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all of the latest details on his possible location.
A second Baltimore County police officer shot as a result of this investigation. Coming up, we are live from shock trauma with an update on his condition.
Temperatures are very mild this morning. You're not going to believe what some of those numbers are looking like for now. We'll take a look at what we can expect today and the upcoming weekend. It's all coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you for joining us on this Friday morning, February 10th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart.
Yeah, we have a lot going on. We're going to get to the breaking news here in just a little bit. We want to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like this weekend, though. Past 3 days, been 60s plus. Come on.
Yeah, 60s even hanging on right now.
Driving in, it looked like all the roads were sweating.
That's what I thought, too. I thought the same thing. I was like, did it rain last night? But it didn't.
Yeah, just on the roads.
Taking a look outside, we have the muggy conditions that we're dealing with. More of a spring-like feeling morning with numbers that are hanging in the 60s right now. Looking outside over our downtown Baltimore cam, everything is calm at this time. Statewide, you can see all of the yellow there with 60s up and down the Chesapeake. Baltimore down through Annapolis, 59 Bel Air and Westminster, 51 in Cumberland, a little cooler in western Maryland. But for today, we'll see breezy conditions. Sun will be out later this afternoon, and then a cold colder weekend ahead. Those numbers are definitely coming down. Overall, next couple of hours in your morning drive, numbers staying mainly in the mid to upper 50s. Back in just a few.
For our citizens, I want to let them know that, we have the individual contained. It will be resolved here. There is no threat to the community.
Well, we want to get back to that breaking news coming out of Harford County. Residents in the Fallston area is still being asked to shelter in place as police say the suspect they've been searching for since Wednesday has been contained, but that's happened twice before.
Right. Police are calling him armed and dangerous.
Now, we have live team coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live from Shock Trauma with an update on the condition of that Baltimore County police officer who was shot multiple times last night. But
we begin here with Olivia Dance. She's live in Fallston with the latest on that search. Olivia.
Taylor, Tom, this manhunt has now spanned across multiple county lines. Right now, I'm in Harford County. We're actually off of Bel Air Road, and you can see that police are blocking off this road. They actually are opening it and letting some vehicles pass, some employees who are trying to get to work just up the road, but they're really not letting them go much further than that. But there are many other roads in this area that are also blocked off, and the Harford County Sheriff's Office says they have a very tight perimeter on who they believe is the suspect. Now, you remember the suspect is 24-year-old David Linthicum, who has now shot 2 police officers. The most recent shooting was last night in Baltimore County. After that, Linthicum took a vehicle and fled from police. That's when a pursuit began across county lines. Linthicum eventually got out of the vehicle near the Fallston Mall, which is just about a mile up from where I'm standing now. The Harford County Sheriff's Office has eyes on him, and they say that the situation is contained and that he's in a wooded area near the mall. But the Harford County Sheriff updated the media earlier this morning and has a message for the surrounding community.
We believe he is armed with at least 1 rifle. So you just can't, it's not as easy, and we've been watching some of the social media comments. It's not just as easy as walking up and putting him in handcuffs. The last thing we want is another exchange of gunfire, and we don't want to we don't want to be forced into a position to take this individual's life. So if it takes negotiations, and right now there has been no contact with him. We can see him, but there's been no contact with him. He's been moving around a little bit.
County, state, and federal partners are all working together to bring Linthicum into custody peacefully. And Delaware State Police are even providing equipment that is being brought to the scene. The Sheriff's Department says Linthicum knows that they are there, and he hasn't moved much since being in the wooded area. They say at this time, though, there is no threat to the public, but a shelter-in-place order is in effect. Also, several businesses are closed because of this, including this Wawa that we're standing in the parking lot of right now. But the Sheriff's Department is confident that this manhunt will be resolved here in Harford County, no matter how much time it takes. For now, reporting live in Fallston, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Now, we want to take you right now, Bel Air. You can see the roads that are shut down. We're talking about Mountain Road in Bel Air. This will impact thousands in the morning commute here. We go Mountain Road all the way up to Connolly and Bel Air Road. So those are shut down because this is the area that police have, which you just heard Sheriff Geller saying that he's contained in this vicinity. So those roads are shut down until further notice. Just be ready if you are traveling through Bel Air or the Fallston area this morning. Now, as Olivia also was mentioning, Linthicum shot a second Baltimore County police officer. That officer taken to shock trauma, where he was put on life support. In fact, this is the footage of the helicopter arriving. Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage this morning. She's joining us live this morning from shock trauma with the latest on the officer's condition. Shannon.
Well, Dr. Scalia standing outside of shock trauma just hours ago, Tom, saying that this detective will, quote, be with us for a while, meaning he's going to be right here at shock trauma for some time. And remember, this is the second Baltimore County officer to be treated here at shock trauma in just a short 36-hour span. Both were shot as a result of this investigation. Now, thankfully, the first has been treated and released, according to police. The detective shot overnight, though, remains here in stable condition. Now, we want to get you straight to this video where you can see that medevac landing on the top of the hospital overnight. Now, just before this, around 9:20 last night, that's when Baltimore County Police tell us one of their detectives was shot multiple times along Warren Road during the manhunt of David Emery Linthicum. Police also confirming to us that the detective's car was stolen by Linthicum during this encounter. Now, they say the detective shot was wearing a ballistic vest at the time, and he was rushed to shock trauma, arriving here around 10 p.m. Both Dr. Scalia and County Executive Johnny Olszewski speaking on that tonight. Listen.
He came in shocky. We have stabilized him, but he is on life support. He is going to need a significant amount of reconstruction. We are putting our plan together now.
I want to thank the quick and swift action of the officers to get the officer here. Our prayers are with him. I ask that not just all of Baltimore County, but anyone within earshot of my voice to lift up the officer in your prayers, surround him and his family.
And speaking of the family, police say they have been notified and they are here at shock trauma by this detective's bedside. Police say this investigation is ongoing and the FBI is assisting them in this investigation. Reporting live from shock trauma, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
All right, thank you, Shannon. This all began Wednesday afternoon when they were called to a home on Powers Avenue right in Cockeysville for a man who they called in saying was in crisis. The family member escorted the officers to that man, but he began firing at police. One officer was injured. That officer has since been released from the hospital. Now, following the shooting there was a barricade situation, and Linthicum ultimately slipped away.
Last night's residents of the Cockeysville area could hear flashbangs as police continue to search. Take a listen to the flashbangs they heard in the area.
There was another one. That's the third explosion.
Area also sharing video with Fox 45 News where you can hear what sounds like police making possible contact with Linthicum. Take a listen.
Well, you can hear in the video officers announcing loudly through a speaker, "David, come out, we won't hurt you." According to police, after he shot the officer, he stole that police vehicle and drove to Harford County. Again, there's a shelter in place in effect for residents in Fallston, and the Warren Road section right near Lochraven Boulevard Reservoir is still shut down this morning. That's the crime scene, so they have that blocked off this morning as well. We want to show you the picture once again. The suspect, David Emery Linthicum. He's a 24-year-old, 5'7", auburn hair. Again, he is armed and dangerous. Police still reminding everyone, if you see him, do not approach him. Call 911. And that's because he slipped away from police twice now. We've posted this picture on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Fox 45 News will continue to follow this developing story all morning long and bring you any updates as soon as we get them.
A stunning report from Project Baltimore is revealing the situation in some Baltimore City schools. It's dire. How lawmakers are responding to the results.
Having a community filled with education concerns could add up to bigger issues for Baltimore as a whole. Why some are saying lawmakers should not brush these problems off.
Temperatures are mild this morning. We're still hanging on to some 60s at 5 o'clock in the morning on a February Friday. We'll break down what we can expect for the weekend ahead coming up. 5:11 is your time on your Weather Authority forecast here as we track some very mild and muggy conditions here. You can see these temperatures out there are still hanging out in the lower 60s on your Friday morning. Some of you in the upper 50s. Notice over the next 12 hours, those numbers kind of staying real steady. We'll get back to about 60 later this afternoon. It will be breezy with more sunshine on the way today as well. But we are tracking cooler temperatures and some showers for your weekend. We'll break that down for you coming up.
Parents are fed up with the shortcomings of city schools. Fox 45 News is demanding answers from city leaders on who should be held accountable.
Southwest saga continues. Why the airline is making policy changes following a hearing on Capitol Hill. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. We have some breaking news just coming in seconds ago. Youth Benefits Elementary, Fallston Middle, Fallston High School all closed today. You see the announcement right here coming from Harford County Public Schools website due to that ongoing manhunt in the area. So again, you can read there's even more details about bus depot and after school activities all written there. Schools closing because of the manhunt in the area. We want to take you back to live to shock trauma where the Baltimore County police officer is still on life support this morning. We'll continue to follow his condition all morning long and bring you updates both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. Well, turning now to a city in crisis, a stunning report from Project Baltimore revealing situation in some Baltimore City public schools is just dire.
Yeah, it shows 23 schools have 0 students who tested proficient on the state math exam.
We're talking about 2,000 students in total took that math test at these schools, and not one was able to perform math at grade level. Fox 45 News has been demanding answers from city and school leaders, the city school system refusing an interview, only responding with a statement you see here explaining the steps it's taking to improve those math scores.
Now, Fox 45 News sent questions to Mayor Brandon Scott about the 23 schools without students proficient in math, asking, do you believe a change in school leadership is necessary in Baltimore, and if not, why? How do you defend these results and the mayor, his team ignoring our questions?
Political analyst John Deedy says elected leaders should not brush off these problems because having a community filled with education concerns and math problems could add up to bigger issues for Baltimore as a whole.
Companies aren't going to come to your state or your region to work. They don't want to hire stupid people. They don't want to hire people that aren't proficient in math.
The mayor is not the only elected leader, an official, ignoring the achievement gap.
My colleague sent an email about the 23 schools in the city who have 0 students who are proficient in math.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not talking to any Sinclair affiliate. That's the end of that.
You don't have any concerns about these failing schools?
No, I don't have any interest in talking to anybody from any Sinclair Broadcast Group affiliate.
Why is that?
I'm not going to talk about it.
Oh, that was Baltimore City Councilman Ryan Dorsey ultimately refusing again to speak with Fox 45 News about the math scores or respond to our emails of questions that we gave to him.
Meantime, Baltimore City Councilman Mark Conway telling Fox 45 News the role of the City Council is oversight.
Should he hold an oversight hearing with the CEO of city schools to talk about these failing kids?
Yeah, I definitely think it's worthwhile. I think it's important for us to understand what's going on.
Now, Councilman Robert Stokes tells us he will call for a hearing to get answers from city schools on the failing math scores. But hearing likely will not happening until April. Meanwhile, city schools tell Fox 45 News they're taking steps to improve math scores, including professional development for teachers, summer learning, and extended learning times at the end of the school day.
Earlier this week, Mackenzie Frost questioned state lawmakers in Annapolis, many of them refusing to answer our questions. Take a look.
I sent you an email about the 23 schools in Baltimore City who have 0 students who are proficient in math.
When you do a school story about something succeeding in the schools, I'll respond. You never do.
If you have any concerns about education that you want your local representatives in Annapolis to actually address, scan the QR code right there on your screen. It will take you directly to our website, which lists their official email and phone numbers.
All right, it was just unbelievably warm this past week for February.
Right, that's exactly it. And it looks like that's continuing. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the warmer temperatures, and it's really, you feel the moisture in the air when you
Yeah, definitely feels muggy, feels spring-like outside right now. We were in the 60s again yesterday, mid-60s at that. We're still hanging on to 60s right now. You can see those numbers on the right side of your screen as we look out from our Towson camera right now. And yeah, overall kind of little sheen on the road we're talking about, where that's just some moisture, not from the rain or anything. We didn't even see any rain showers. It's just that mugginess that is in the air. A lot of moisture that's hanging around. Notice your dew point at 52 degrees. That Towson temperature, 62 degrees. So we definitely have some of that moisture that is in the atmosphere. But overall, not tracking any rain. The cold front taking its time to move through the area. We'll realize some of these colder temperatures by the time we head into this upcoming weekend, but we'll have another day of above average conditions in terms of our temperatures. So as those kids get out to the bus stop this morning, just make sure they have at least a light jacket. Numbers are going to stay in the 50s over the next few hours, then back to the upper 50s through noon and right about 60 into the later part of the day today. Definitely hang on to your hats because the wind is going to pick up. Golfers, at least a 1 club wind if you're going to be heading out there on the golf courses today, but upper 50s and even lower 60s for a lot of you as you make your way outside. Check these numbers too. So you can see those 50s continuing for Westminster, Eldersburg, over to Reisterstown and Cockeysville, 58 in Towson, over to 56 in Perry Hall and White Marsh. Numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in the mid to upper 50s across those areas for Glen Burnie and Pasadena down through Annapolis. Now, notice on our temperature tracker, those numbers do come back down Saturday and Sunday. We're tracking some 40s that will be here. That will feel a little closer to February, but they're going to rise again next week and go right back above average. In terms of our precipitation, not tracking much of anything today. Tomorrow also going to stay dry. It will be breezy both days with lots of sunshine. Sunday gets a little interesting. Some showers are going to try to work in Sunday morning. More of those showers into the afternoon. Mainly going to be rain. The temperatures at the ground level will just be too warm to see anything other than that. But can't rule out some of the higher elevations with some of the colder air overnight. Could see a few flakes kind of mixing in, but really not tracking much more than just rain for your Super Bowl Sunday as you're watching it right here on Fox 45. And as I mentioned, heading toward Valentine's Day next week, those temperatures climb.
Taking a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network here, and seeing that the area cameras around the Baltimore region, you see that the roads are fine. There's one accident on 295 southbound, and that is not causing any delays. The only issues you have to deal with right now in Fallston, because there is Mountain Road and Bel Air Road, they are shut down because of the manhunt there. And then the scene that unfolded last night where a police officer was shot in Baltimore County right at Lock Raven Boulevard, Warren Road, a stretch of that also shut down as they continue investigating that scene there. Now, for a check of your mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Friday morning, Mark.
Happy Friday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, dealing with a couple delays. Train 841 and 10 train 403 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC are on time for your Friday start. Light rail link looking pretty good in both directions of that service, and Metro subway link on time from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. New information in this deadly crash and building collapse. Dramatic moments officers in Baltimore witnessed before the situation unfolded.
And Squeegee Kid citations could be issued today for violations in banned areas. As enforcement shifts, a family comes to Fox 45 News and shares their scary encounter and how they were threatened. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.525, you're just joining us. We want to take you back out live to where the manhunt is currently happening in Fallston right now. In fact, traffic is blocked multiple areas here. Bel Air Road, Mountain Road shut down for almost a quarter mile both directions there because they're told shelter in place for anyone affected in the residents that are in the area. Suspect considered to be armed and dangerous. Police say he's already shot 2 Baltimore County police officers. So if you see him, you're asked do not approach him. Just call 911. Also just coming in because of this, Youth Benefit Elementary, Fallston Middle, and Fallston High School all closed today because of that ongoing manhunt. Now, turning now to a city in crisis today, marking 1 month since the Squeegee collaborative plan took effect. And the first day, police will hand out citations. This morning, we are hearing of another alarming incident involving Squeegee Kid and drivers. One couple who does not want to be identified telling Fox 45 News a Squeegee Kid threatened them when they declined having their windows washed.
Go to open the door and stand up. Tell him, sir, could you stop? You know, we don't want the service. Could you stop? He got really angry. I mean, very angry, and said, so it's going to be like that.
He was really, really angry. He was threatening my husband at that point, threatening him to get out of the car.
Now, according to that couple, the Squeegee Kid gestured to them that he was armed.
He's got his hand in his pocket, sticking out and saying, get out now, get out now. And she's frantic.
I was thinking about Timothy Reynolds. I said, is this going to be a situation where we are actually shot? I didn't know whether we were going to be shot or killed.
He was gesturing as though he had a firearm. He put it in my face in the window.
Now, the couple says that when the light turned green, they sped off and then called police. We reached out to police asking how many warnings they've issued to Squeegee Kids in the past month. Spokesperson answering saying 18 warnings have been given for pedestrians walking and standing in roadways since January 10th.
The manhunt for David Linthicum is now in Harford County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the latest details on his possible location.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good Friday morning to you. It is February 10th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. We are starting the day off warmer than what you'd think, February 10th.
Yeah, definitely, but a little bit muggy. My hair's already frizzing up. It's kind of, you feel it out there.
You feel it, and you can see it on the roads. I swear the roads are sweating right now. We want to go over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers. He's looking at our forecast for us.
Frizzy hair as well, Taylor. Yeah, good morning, Taylor, Tom. Good morning to all of you. And we are taking a look at those numbers that, are in the 60s. You look at the right side of your screen and think, hey, their computer system's all messed up. But no, it's actually in the 60s as we look out over the Inner Harbor. A mild and muggy start. We're in the 50s in Towson, but 62 Woodlawn, 60 in Brooklyn Park. A little cooler closer to the water in Joppatown and Essex right now. But overall, just a light jacket is all you're going to need. Now, we will be mild and muggy this morning, sunny and breezy for the afternoon, and then we are tracking those colder temperatures for the weekend. Overall, though, Mr. Bo says we are good to go with numbers mainly in the mid to upper 50s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
It is our goal. It remains our goal, no matter how much time it takes this morning or today, to resolve this peacefully. That's our goal.
Breaking news right now. This morning, another Baltimore County police officer was shot, and the armed suspect has now been spotted in Harford County. Residents in the Fallston area are being asked to shelter in place.
Police are calling the suspect armed and dangerous. We've got live team coverage for you this morning.
Yeah, in just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us from Shock Trauma with the second police officer this gunman shot, and an update on the condition of that officer who was shot multiple times last night.
But let's start off here with Olivia Dance. She's going to join us live in the Fallston area with that ongoing search. Olivia.
Taylor, Tom, this manhunt has now spanned across multiple county lines. Right now we're in Harford County. I'm actually off of Bel Air Road, and I want to show you that police are currently blocking off this road. We've seen them let a few cars through, and we're told that they're just employees trying to get to work just up the road, but they're really not letting them go much past that. In fact, they're also blocking off many roads in this area. But the Harford County Sheriff's Office says they have a very tight perimeter on who they believe is the suspect. You remember the suspect is 24-year-old David Linthicum, who has now shot 2 police officers. The most recent shooting was last night in Baltimore County. After that, Linthicum took a vehicle and fled from police. That's when a pursuit began across county lines. Linthicum eventually got out of the vehicle near the Fallston Mall, which is just about a mile up from where I'm standing right now. The Harford County Sheriff's Office now has eyes on him, and they say that the situation is contained and that he is in a wooded area near that mall. The Harford County Sheriff updated the media earlier this morning, and they have a message for this surrounding community.
I want them to know that, this incident is going to be resolved here. He will not be getting out of that area. My hope and our prayer is that it's in custody, but he'll make that choice. At this point, I want them to know they're safe. Obviously, we're going to put any precautions in place that are necessary, but this incident is contained, and it will remain contained.
Now, Linthicum is still believed to be armed and dangerous. County, state, and federal partners are all working together to bring Linthicum into custody peacefully. Delaware State Police are even providing equipment that's being brought to the scene. And the Sheriff's Department says Linthicum knows that they are there, and he hasn't moved much since being in that wooded area by the mall. They say at this time there is no threat to the public, though, but a shelter-in-place order is in effect. Due to that, Youth Benefit Elementary, Fallston Middle, and Fallston High School are closed today. We just got word of that. You remember this manhunt also impacted Baltimore County schools yesterday. Also, several businesses in this area are closed because of this, including this Wawa that we're at right now. But the Sheriff's Department is confident that this manhunt will finally be resolved here in Harford County, no matter how much time it takes. For now, reporting live in Fallston, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Well, as Olivia was just mentioning, Youth Benefit Elementary, Fallston Middle, and Fallston High School all closed today because of the ongoing manhunt.
Now, as Olivia mentioned, Linthicum shot a second Baltimore County police officer. Now, that officer was taken to shock trauma. He's on life support right now. This is the footage of that helicopter arriving last night. Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage this morning, joining us from that shock trauma center. What is the latest on his condition, Shannon?
Well, as you mentioned, Taylor, Dr. Scalia says that this detective is on life support, but thankfully he is now in stable condition. But Scalia says this is going to be a long road to recovery, even right here at Shock Trauma, where he expects he's going to have to stay here for a while. But we want to get you back to this video where you can see the medevac landing on top of the hospital. This was around 10 last night, and just before this, around 9:20, that's when Baltimore County Police tell us one of their detectives was shot multiple times, and this all happened along Warren Road during the manhunt of David Emery Linthicum. Now, police also confirmed to us that the detective's car was actually stolen by Linthicum during this encounter. And they say the detective shot was wearing a ballistic vest at the time and then was rushed here, where Dr. Scalia says that he has multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and extremities. Now, County Executive Johnny Olszewski, Interim Baltimore County Police Chief Dennis Delp, and others were all outside of Shock Trauma last night showing their support. Listen.
We see men and women who are still out there trying to apprehend a suspect who has wreaked way too much havoc in our communities. So I thank all of the brave men and women who are out there. This is indeed a very difficult profession. We know this is an ongoing situation outside of what's happening here, but we're here to show our support and love for our officer.
Now, Shannon, what do we know about that first Baltimore County officer who was shot on Wednesday night as a result of this investigation?
Yeah, so thankfully, Taylor, that officer who was shot on Wednesday night, he was also treated right here at Shock Trauma, but he has since been released, according to police. But last night's shooting marks the second Baltimore County officer that has been shot in just a 36-hour window and treated right here at Shock Trauma. Again, that second officer who was shot last night remains here in stable condition, but on life support. Reporting live from Shock Trauma, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Now, this all began Wednesday afternoon when police were called to a home on Powers Avenue in Cockeysville. It was for a man in crisis. A family member took officers to that man, but he began firing at police. One officer was injured. That officer has since been released from the hospital. Now, following the shooting, there was a barricade situation, and Linthicum ultimately slipped away.
Last night, residents in the Cockeysville area, though, could hear flashbangs as police were continuing a search. In fact, take a listen to this.
There was another one. That's the third explosion.
Yeah, residents in that area also sharing video with Fox 45 News where you can hear what sounds like police trying to make possible contact with Linthicum. Listen to this loudspeaker.
Now you can hear in the video officers saying on the loudspeaker, "David, come out, we won't hurt you." According to police, after he shot the officer, he stole a police vehicle, drove to Harford County. Again, there's a shelter-in-place order in effect for residents in the Fallston area.
And we want to show you the picture once again. Suspect David Emery Linthicum, 5'7", auburn hair. You can see his facial hair. They're also saying, and is armed and dangerous. If you see him, do not approach him. You're asked to call 911. We posted this picture on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Fox 45 News. Continue to follow this developing story all morning long and bring you any updates. We'll break in as soon as they happen. Today, we could learn about the new dates in the federal trial of former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. What we know about her case so far.
Southwest making changes to its policy. How they plan on fixing the issues, you remember those that folks encountered in December.
Mild and muggy this morning with temperatures still in the 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our colder temperatures for Super Bowl weekend. 5:39, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. 541, and turning now to the federal trial of former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Today, we could learn new dates for the trial moving forward.
That's right. Right now, Marilyn Mosby has been appointed a public federal defender. Now, this is after all 6 of her attorneys withdrew from the case. A year ago, federal prosecutors charged Mosby with perjury and making false statements on mortgage applications. It's all related to a purchase of 2 vacation homes in Florida.
A report from Project Baltimore showing the devastating reality of test scores in city public schools. Why one mother is calling out for anyone, someone, and demanding change.
And Sunday, it's the Super Bowl, but it also marks the day that Rihanna will perform since releasing her last album in 2016. What the superstar wants you to know heading into her halftime show. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. We're just 2 days away from the Super Bowl, and the game is not the only attraction. Many fans are waiting to see music superstar Rihanna. She's performing at the halftime show.
That's right. The singer making her long-awaited return to the stage as the headliner of the show after going years without a public performance. Rihanna gave a few details, though, about her performance yesterday, but is staying tight-lipped about the set list, saying only that she tried about 40 different versions before landing on the final lineup of songs.
It's going to be a celebration of my catalog in the best way that we could have put it together.
Now, if you want to see Rihanna's performance in person, well, you'll need a ticket to the big game. That'll set you back about thousands, really. According to StubHub, if you buy a ticket right now, it'll cost you $3,200 just to get into State Farm Arena.
And that's dropped because it was reaching $5,200 just a couple days ago. So what are residents of your state Googling ahead of this year's Super Bowl? Well, according to Google Trends, 41% of the population is Googling the Kansas City Chiefs. It's the most searched team in just 9 states. You see it in the orange there, right in the heart of the country. 59% are searching for Philadelphia Eagles, the most searched team in the other 41 states in green. Now, with Rihanna performing the halftime show, her song Stay is the top searched song in 24 states. We Found Love, the most searched song in 14 states, and Work is the most searched in 10 states. 2 states, Wyoming and Vermont, most be Googling her music. Because here in Maryland, though, our top search team, Philadelphia Eagles, top search song, Work.
Let's get to work then. Don't forget, you can watch Super Bowl 57 this Sunday, February 12th, right here on Fox 45. We have complete coverage as the Kansas City Chiefs and Philadelphia Eagles both look for their second titles in the past 6 years. Coverage starts at 11. The Super Bowl pregame show live in Arizona starts at 1, and then kickoff 6:30.
Warm and humid this morning. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Warm and humid this morning, and we need to find out exactly how warm it's going to get this afternoon.
So the question is, what song does she start with?
Yeah, that's the big question, right? Which one do you think?
Because it's like, we found love. Is it Please Don't Stop the Music? Or is that like the finale? Because Don't Stop, she has to do Please Don't Stop. Please Don't Stop the Music. Such a good song.
Yeah.
And then who also is going to show up? Is Jay-Z going to show up? Are they going to do Umbrella?
Definitely there will be
so
some
much
surprises. Right?
excitement. I'm excited.
Anyway,
people are going to show up.
It's going to be
always.
It's going to be great.
Yeah. All right, now the deal is a little colder temperature-wise for this weekend. Oh, I'm also excited for some of the commercials. I read online that Alicia Silverstone is going to do Cher from Clueless. No. Yeah, she's going to reprise her role from the movie Clueless. So it should be a lot of good stuff. Yes, all of that right here on Fox 45. So don't change that dial. Does anybody have a dial anymore? I don't think so. I think everybody just has a remote. Either way, if you have a dial, hey, good luck to you. All right, our downtown Baltimore camera looking out over the Inner Harbor. Overall, yeah, a warm and muggy morning, 62 degrees. That's the current temperature at BWI. Notice that humidity at 70%. So, yeah, Tom was talking about it, a mild and muggy morning, more spring-like than right here in the middle of winter. We are having a cold front that is making its way through the area right now. So behind that, we will see cooler conditions. The wind is going to pick up later today as well. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, maybe just a light jacket, but we're going to keep those temps in the 50s here this morning through the middle part of the afternoon and right about 60 later today. It will be breezy as well. 45, typically where we are this time of year. We're going to continue our above-average trend with mid to upper 50s and lower 60s across the region. In fact, it's going to be cooler this afternoon than it is right now, if that makes any kind of sense. 49 in Cumberland this afternoon. That's where some of the colder air will be today. But across central Maryland, we're staying mainly dry. And again, with more sunshine. You can see that here on our future scan. And even into Saturday, it's going to be colder tomorrow, but we still keep a lot of sun that will be around as well. Sunday, that's when things get a little bit dicey. We'll see more of those showers rolling in, mainly into Sunday afternoon and the evening time. Not enough cold air to produce any kind of wintry precipitation, and we'll even keep some of that rain into early Monday morning before all of that moves out of here next week. Just 4 days away from Valentine's Day, 10 days until President's Day. We spring forward. That's the time change coming up 4 weeks from Sunday. So just 30 days from right now, and then 38 in spring equinox. All right, we got to go to Tom right now with some breaking news. Tom?
Yeah, Taylor and I here just finding out Hartford Sheriff is just tweeting out that they have the suspect in custody. Sheriff will provide a media update coming at 6:45, though, from Hartford County Sheriff's Office. But you're taking a live look at the scene right here, and this is right at Whitaker Mill Road, Route 1 in Bel Air. It's been shut down all night after the suspect is accused of shooting 2 officers in Baltimore County. So 2 officers were shot there. So we're just getting word, though, that he is now in custody. We're talking about the 24-year-old Lithicum that was now brought into custody. We're not sure if he was injured or not, or if there was any kind of gunfire, but we're waiting to hear that information. But they're saying the only thing is suspect is in custody. So we're hoping that no other gunfire was exchanged here.
We'll have all those details at 6:45 when they have that press conference for sure.
Yeah, and of course, Olivia Dance will be giving us updates right from the scene all morning long as soon as she hears something, too. We are back to that breaking news this morning. 24-year-old David Linthicum is now in custody. Baltimore County Police tweeting this just a couple minutes ago. Also, Harford County Police Sheriff Department also tweeting that he is now in custody, and they'll have an update for us coming up in a little bit less than an hour on the details of this. But, you know, the Bel Air Road and there was Bel Air Road and Mountain Road all the way up to Connolly were shut down. That's right at the Fallston Barrel House, that major intersection. All the way through that area was shut down to Whitaker Road, where we have Olivia Dance. And, of course, she's trying to gather some more information about the actual arrest here. So that's why you're taking a live scene on the right-hand side. It looks like roadways are now opened up. They opened up Bel Air Road and Mountain Road now. So with great news that this suspect accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County police officers is now in custody. 5:54 now to the path forward. It will now be up to states and school districts to decide whether COVID vaccines are required for enrollment. CDC publishing updated guidance yesterday, adding COVID shot to the list of regularly scheduled routine vaccinations. As for children, teens, and adults, there are updates for flu, MMR, hepatitis B vaccines as well. They've been in place for decades. Healthcare providers are working to get back to pre-pandemic levels.
A group of infectious disease experts are urging Congress to investigate collateral damage of the pandemic policies. In a report published this week, the Norfolk group argues lawmakers failed to account for certain impacts of COVID-19 policies that would include the disproportionate impact on low-income public school students. The group is asking Congress to assemble a bipartisan committee to assess what went into deciding certain health interventions.
U.S. House of Representatives passes a resolution condemning China for flying the suspected Chinese surveillance balloon over the United States last week.
National correspondent Atra Ellen Shaw reports many lawmakers are not satisfied with how it was handled.
All right. A brazen violation of United States sovereignty. Whoa. Is Congress's bipartisan consensus of China's suspected use of a spy balloon last week. What the State Department says is just one example of China's broad surveillance fleet that's been flown over 40 countries.
This is going to happen again.
Tense exchanges between senators and military officials Thursday, shortly after news broke that the balloon had the ability to collect communication signals. Waiting to shoot it down over water, the military says, allowed them to gather intelligence, explaining why, even over Alaska, it couldn't be done safely.
Ultimately, it came back to maybe a 20-mile by 20-mile piece of ground. And without being able to clear that, we wouldn't do that in combat, sir. We think before we shoot.
At least before heading into a classified briefing, senators didn't appear convinced.
I get it, but what makes that compelling or not is what information they were able to collect.
Senator John Tester of Montana among those whose home states were flown over by the balloon, and Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska especially frustrated.
Has this fractured your confidence in the military's ability to A, assess and B, respond to this type of thing?
I've got obviously a lot more questions that I'm going to hopefully have an opportunity to ask in the closed secure brief and beyond. I've already been briefed once. Right now, I'm not at all satisfied with the actions that were taken.
Republicans placing blame on the president, even though he acted on advice from the Pentagon.
I'm sure they advised him of any number of things. Let's find out what all that advice was.
As for what this means for already strained U.S.-China relations,
have relations now between the U.S. and China taken a big hit, frankly? No.
Many lawmakers skeptical of that, too. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atrell Nashar reporting.
Well, the family of the cinematographer killed during that filming of the movie Rust filed a lawsuit against Alec Baldwin, the production company, and dozens of others. This is separate from the wrongful death settlement reached by Helena Hutchins' husband.
Yeah, that's right. Now, Hutchins' mother, father, and sister living in Ukraine are asking for damages. They're claiming battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligence, and a loss of consortium. Attorney Gloria Alfred says all depend on each other for financial support, and Hutchins would have left their family in Ukraine as war broke out.
Even while, she was studying and working, she was always sending money home to provide for her family in Ukraine and planning for the day when they could all be together.
Well, Allred also says that Baldwin has been working vigorously to dismiss cases and charges against him. He's facing 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter and is expected to appear in court later this month. David Linthicum, the 24-year-old alleged shooter is now in custody. We have latest details surrounding that arrest just ahead.
A second Baltimore County police officer being treated right here at Shock Trauma after he was shot amid an ongoing manhunt. Coming up, we are live with the latest on his condition.
Temperatures are mild this morning. We'll take a look at if we have another day of above average numbers before those colder temperatures move in this weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Breaking news this morning, the Hartford County Sheriff's Office just tweeted that the suspect accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County police officers is now in custody. A media update will be provided at 6:45. Stick with us here on Fox 45 Morning News to hear that live here on air, and we'll also have it for you online.
Now, before we got this information, just about an hour ago, Hartford County schools closing some of the area schools because of the police activity involved with this manhunt, especially around the Fallston area, and they were told to shelter in place. We're talking about Youth Benefit Elementary, Fallston Middle, and Fallston High School. They are closed today. They have not updated that, so it looks like that will remain in place. Bus services will not be available to travel in that area, but now that has been lifted and some roads are opening up, so we'll continue following that if we get any updates on that. But again, it looks like those 3 schools at least will be shut down for the day.
It's quite an evolving situation this morning.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining us on this Friday, February 10th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Now, it's kind of freezing. I'm not going to lie to you guys. My hair is frizzing up. It's muggy in here. My hands are sweating. Yep. What's going on? Meteorologist Justin Chambers, what's going on?
Definitely muggy this morning. I also saw Baltimore County Public Schools all open today. I just saw that tweet as well. They made sure they put that out as well. But yeah, it is a muggy start to the morning with our temperatures that are hanging out in the 50s and 60s. So some of that warm air from yesterday and the mugginess kind of with us at this time. Looking out over downtown Baltimore, everything looking good right now. And here's a look at some of those numbers. We're at 54 in Baltimore City, 63 in Annapolis, 62 in Stevensville. So some of that cooler air is trying to move in, but overall, it probably don't need much more than a light jacket as you get out and as you get the kids out as well. Mild and muggy, sunny and breezy for the afternoon, and we do have a colder weekend ahead. Overall, though, Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Probably need that, maybe even cracking the windows a little bit with numbers in the 50s over the next few hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, now we want to take you to the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. Some of the cameras around our region here around Baltimore. No issues, thankfully, to report there. Again, Bel Air Road and Mountain Road, because they have that the alleged shooter in custody. They are now opening up those roads. The other section, though, if you are traveling through and you are right near Lockraven Boulevard, Warren Road, that area is still shut down because of the shooting that happened last night against a Baltimore County police officer. So they have that shut down still, a portion of Warren Road, right when you cross over Lockraven Boulevard, that bridge, it's shut down because that's the area where that officer was shot. That we're not sure when that will open back up again. And we are starting back off with that breaking news. The suspect accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County police officers is in custody. That's according to officials. Olivia Dance heading to the news conference media, which will be available in about 40 minutes.
That's right. Shannon Lilly joins us live, though, from the Shock Trauma Center with an update on the condition as of this morning of that Baltimore County police officer who was shot last night. Shannon.
Yeah, Dr. Scalia is telling us, Taylor, that this officer will, quote, be with us for a while, meaning he's going to be here at the Shock Trauma Center being treated for some time. And remember, this is the second Baltimore County officer to be treated here in just a short 36-hour span, both shot as a result of this investigation. Thankfully, the first has been treated and released. The detective shot overnight, though, last night, remains here in stable condition. So let's get you straight to this video where you can see the medevac landing on the top of the hospital overnight. And just before this, around 9:20 last night, that is when Baltimore County Police tell us one of their detectives was shot multiple times along Warren Road during that manhunt of David Emery Linthicum, who again is now in custody as of just a few minutes ago. Now, police also confirming to us, though, that the detective's car was stolen by Linthicum during this whole encounter. And they say the detective shot was wearing a ballistic vest at the time. He was rushed here to Shock Trauma, arriving around 10 p.m. Both Dr. Scalia and County Executive Johnny Olszewski speaking on that last night. Listen.
He came in shocky. We have stabilized him, but he is on life support. He is going to need a significant amount of reconstruction. We are putting our plan together now.
I want to thank the quick and swift action of the officers to get the officer here. Our prayers are with him. I ask that not just all of Baltimore County, but anyone within earshot of my voice to lift up the officer in your prayers, surround him and his family.
Now, speaking of the family, police say they have been notified and they are now here by this detective's bedside, supporting him, of course, notified about all of this. And again, the breaking news is that this suspect is now in custody. Reporting live from Shock Trauma, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, if you're just joining us, we want to kind of break down what has unfolded here in the last 48 hours. This all began Wednesday afternoon when police were called to a home on Powers Avenue in Cockeysville for a man who they say was in crisis. Family member escorted the officers to the man, but he began firing at police. One officer was injured. That officer has since been released from the hospital. Following the shooting, there was a barricade situation. Linthicum ultimately slipped away from that area as that was unfolding all yesterday. Last night then, though, it changed.
That's right. Residents in the Cockeysville area could hear flashbangs as police continued their search. Take a listen to this.
There was another one. That's the third explosion.
Now, residents in the area also shared this video with Fox 45 News. In it, you can hear what sounds like police making possible contact with Linthicum. Listen closely.
Now, in that, you could barely make out the video, though. Officers saying on a loudspeaker, "David, come out, we won't hurt you." Now, according to police, after he shot the officer, he stole that police vehicle and drove to Harford County. And Olivia Dance is now heading to the news conference they're establishing. That will be available in about 30 minutes, so we'll get an update. And of course, we'll take that live as soon as that happens. Well, turning now to a city in crisis, a stunning report from Project Baltimore revealing the situation in some Baltimore City public schools. They say it's just dire.
That's right. It shows 23 schools have 0 students who tested proficient in state math exams.
Yeah, we're talking about 2,000 students in total taking that math test at these schools, and not one was able to perform math at a grade level. Fox 45 News has been demanding answers from city and school leaders. The school system refusing an interview, only responding with a statement explaining the steps it's taking to improve math scores.
Now, we sent questions to Mayor Brandon Scott about the 23 schools without students proficient in math, asking, do you believe a change in school leadership is necessary in Baltimore? And if not, why? And how do you defend these results? The mayor and his team have not responded to our questions.
Political analyst John Deedy says elected leaders should not brush off these problems because having a community filled with education concerns and math problems could have to add up to bigger issues for Baltimore as a whole.
Companies aren't going to come to your state or your region to work. They don't want to hire stupid people. They don't want to hire people that aren't proficient in math.
Now, the mayor is not the only elected official ignoring the achievement gap.
My colleague sent an email about the 23 schools in the city who have 0 students who are proficient in math.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not talking to any Sinclair affiliate. That's the end of that.
You don't have any concerns about these failing schools?
No, I don't have any interest in talking to anybody from any Sinclair broadcast group affiliate.
Why is that?
I'm not going to talk about it.
Well, Baltimore City Councilman Ryan Dorsey, you just heard right there, ultimately refusing to speak with Fox 45 News about math scores or anything, really, or to respond with emails from our questions. So this brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust Dr. Sonia Santelises to lead Baltimore City schools? As you see on the bottom right there, so far, 96% of voters have responded no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Project Baltimore tab. Death toll from the Turkey-Syria earthquake now crosses more than 21,000. But there's some good news. Miraculous rescues are still underway this morning.
Temperatures are muggy here in Baltimore as we kick off your Friday. We'll take a look at what we can expect later today and for the weekend ahead. 6:11 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. It is definitely mild and muggy outside right now. Looking at our Towson camera, can't really see the mugginess, but you feel it if you are waking up right now, if you're just stepping out to grab the paper in the driveway or let the doggy out. We're talking about numbers in the 50s and 60s right now. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect later today and the weekend ahead coming up.
I want to give you an update here to the breaking news this morning out of Hartford County. The sheriff's office there tweeting that the suspected shooter accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County police officers is now in custody. A media update will be provided at 6:45. Olivia Dance heading that way right now. She's going to bring you those live details as they come in, both here on air and online.
Well, from the live center this morning, hope is not yet extinguished in Syria. Rescuers still searching for miracles, like what you see here in this video behind me right now. Unbelievable. You see that? Pulling other people alive out of here 111 hours after this collapse. Captures a moment a child is brought out alive, pulled from the rubble, met by a cheering crowd. Just take a listen to this. 6 people pulled out of the rubble within the last hour and a half. That's the sound of hope, but it's becoming more rare as we enter day 4 since the earthquake hit. And bitter cold winter conditions, too, threatening survivors as a secondary disaster, making it difficult for rescue operations and survivors. Turkey's president calling the quake the disaster of a century. 21,000 so far have died that they know of, and there's no place to put the bodies here, just piles somewhere. The deadliest quake since 1939. That's the latest from our live center.
An alarming report from Project Baltimore shows a devastating reality in Baltimore City schools. The mother now asking if anyone can fix this. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
I have a black son that got to grow up in Baltimore City. That's why I'm so emotional. That means in Baltimore City, You having a black child, a male child at that, is only 2 ways out. You're either going to be dead or locked up.
Yeah, that sound that you just heard from a desperate mother pleading for help for her 4th grade son, who she says cannot read, and she cannot afford options for a better education. This is a new Baltimore City Public Schools report shows 21 of their city schools do not have one child who is proficient in reading or math. And joining us now for this week's Washington Wrap, political commentator, D.C. insider Armstrong Williams. Armstrong, you just heard a mother's plea, and that's the voice of many here in Baltimore City, though. Generational impacts for a 4th grade boy growing up in Baltimore who can't read.
And Tom, these kids' futures are irreparably destroyed. They're going to be in prison, sexual trafficking, petty crime, illiterate. Has no idea how to do basic financial necessities that can sort of help you along in life. And you have to ask yourself, how is it that the Baltimore City school system has become such a bastion of greed, corruption, malevolence? I mean, when you think about the facts that Project Baltimore has uncovered, you have to ask yourself, what is the state legislature doing? What is the city council, the mayor? And you know, and even the school system, you know they knew about these numbers before we did. When you think about it, in 23 schools in Baltimore, Tom, not a single student, let that sink in, not a single student was proficient in math. But listen, don't be alarmed, because when you think about it, there are 20 schools in Baltimore. We did our homework on that. And the beacons of the hope that far surpass the shortcomings of the previous 23. I mean, you're talking about kids that cannot do basic math. What kind of future do they really have? I mean, it's like the ultimate death for these kids. You have to ask yourself, how many more of these children are going to be killed and destroyed before we wake up this leadership to make this change?
Well, Armstrong, you said it multiple times, though. You, along with Attorney Ben Crump, we're starting something with a lawsuit here. You've mentioned it's a pipeline to prison. And when you hear that, you're like, oh, that's just a catchphrase to use. But you're echoing it, and these parents are echoing that exact same thing, pipeline to prison.
You know, and that's why Ben Crump and Dr. Carson and I wrote this book, The Crisis in the Classroom. That's why we have made numerous trips to Baltimore, because Baltimore has probably the worst school system in America. And here's the thing, Tom, it can change. It can make a difference, but it's not going to come for these selfish, corrupt, power-hungry politicians who only think about themselves. They protect their friends, they protect their system, and they protect it at the expense of these kids. You got to oust these politicians, and you get people in there that serve the interests of these kids and the interests of these parents.
Well, Armstrong,
Everybody
real quick,
should be outraged.
The politicians that actually do respond to us, because there's very few that do, about this, say they have no power. They have no power over the school board and the school system. So we just had elected, for the first time ever, have 2 school board members, now 3 actually, on the school board now that was elected. But all the rest are appointed, and they are appointed by the mayor and the school board. Once they get it reins, they have no say. They say politicians in the council, they say they have no power over the city.
But the mayor does, and the city council does, and the school system does. And if they don't change this trajectory, they need to be ousted in the next election. There need to be a protest to recall them until change is made. Because I think parents are convinced now this is the only thing that's going to work for their benefit and their kids, is to oust these politicians until they find a leadership that works for the school system.
Armstrong Williams in Washington, D.C., thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, 6:19 is the time on this Friday. Yeah, frustration there, but
understandably. But yeah, maybe you can change the vibe, because the weather has been pretty warm for February, and it might continue that way this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. We're keeping those above average temperatures going. Our Towson cam right now, nothing that will show you here. The sun is coming up in just a little bit from right now. Still some clouds hanging around, and definitely the muggy feeling as that cold front continues to pass through. We'll see some of those cooler temperatures by the time we get to the weekend. But overall, next few hours are going to stay mainly in the 50s. So just grab a light jacket as you rise and shine with us. Sun will come up at 7:04 this morning. Mid to upper 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Typically, we're in the mid 40s, and we've actually already seen our high temperature this morning as we held on to some mid 60s a couple of hours ago. We'll keep those 50s going for you. Bel Air, Aberdeen, over to Perryman, up into northeast and Oakton. It'll be a bit breezy as well later today as that cold front passes through. And notice only in the 40s in Cumberland. So that's where some of the colder areas in western Maryland, while along the 95 corridor and out to the south, we're still seeing those above average 50s and lower 60s. Now check the numbers here, our temperature tracker. We're going to see those 40s return into Saturday and Sunday. So definitely feeling a little bit more February-like, but it's short-lived because by next week we get right back up to the 50s and 60s. Here's a look at our future scan. Staying sunny and breezy today. Overall, tomorrow also not a bad afternoon, just obviously a little bit colder with that wind hanging around. Sunday gets a little bit more active. We're tracking some showers coming in by the time we get into Sunday afternoon and evening time. Most of this is only going to be rain because our ground temps will just be too cold. So as you're watching Super Bowl 57 right here on Fox 45, notice that those numbers will be in the 40s on Sunday, probably a few showers, as I mentioned, for the afternoon, but drier as we head toward next week.
All right, here's a live look now from the Len Stoller mobile track. It's in the area of Fallston, by the area where police were searching for David Lithicum earlier. Now, it looks like the roads appear to be back open, but still some emergency vehicles out there. You can see that officer on the left side of your screen. Let's check in now with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark. How's transit looking today?
Well, good morning, Taylor. Coming along pretty well out there right now on Light Rail Link. It's operating on time from end to end, and Metro Subway Link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. On the MARC train system, you'll find Camden Train 843 operating with an 8 to 10 minute delay, and we've got Penn Train 511 and Camden Train 845 with 5 minute delays for the start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
A second Baltimore County police officer being treated here at shock trauma after he was shot in an ongoing manhunt. Coming up, we're live with the latest on his condition.
The Hartford County Sheriff's Office tweeting the suspect accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County police officers now in custody. In just about 10 minutes, Olivia Dance is going to join us live with the latest on what happened. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. An update this morning surrounding the deadly crash along North Wolf Avenues in Baltimore. Investigators say 33-year-old Sean Lee Brunson was driving a stolen car trying to get away from police when he crashed into another vehicle, sending both into a building that collapsed. As a result, a pedestrian, 54-year-old Alfred Fincher, was killed.
Now, police say all 5 occupants of those 2 vehicles have been released from the hospital, and investigators say it began when officers spotted a stolen car not far from the crash site, and then they attempted to stop it. Take a listen to the dispatch audio from the responding officers.
It's this vehicle right in front of me. See if you can pin it in. Pin it in. All right, it's taking off in the end. It looks like, I don't know if it's going to be able to get out of here. Just let it go, guys. It's westbound on Sinclair. It's traveling at a high rate of speed. It looks like it's going to go southbound on Wolf and come out North Ave. Yeah, just hit a car, collapsed building. Building just fell on it, North and Wolf. Get some units, start a couple medics. Hit a civilian vehicle. The building collapsed on it, on both vehicles. Start a couple medics.
Now, Brunson faces auto theft charges and more are pending. Police say the car was stolen on Tuesday.
One more mild day before chilly temperatures are heading our way. I mean, it is mid-February. Our weather authority team letting us know what we can expect on the weekend.
After a multi-day and multi-county manhunt, David Linthicum is now in custody. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the breaking updates on his arrest. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We're starting with breaking news this morning. The Harford County Sheriff's Office just tweeted that the suspect accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County police officers is now in custody. A media update is going to start in about 15 minutes here. Stick with us here on Fox 45 News to hear that live on air. We'll also stream it for you online.
Now, some Harford County schools, though, announced that they were going to be closing because of that police activity all around the Fallston area, and there was a shelter in place at the time. Youth Benefits Elementary, Fallston Middle, and Fallston High School, they are all now closed today because of that, and they had said that bus services will not be available for some of the other jurisdictions in that area. So just make sure you check in with schools before you go for other activities after school later today.
All right, good morning to you. It's Friday, February 10th, and I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. It's a little bit muggy, actually, when you step outside on this February 10th.
It is, and is it going to stay that way? Meteorologist Justin Chambers with an update on that.
Temperatures are going to stay above average for the next couple of days, guys, or at least for the rest of today, and then tomorrow and into Saturday, that's when things are going to change. But really pretty picture right here from our Towson camera. You can see a mix of clouds and the blue sky, or kind of orange sky, I guess, before that sun officially comes up. Numbers are still hanging out in the 50s for Westminster and Bel Air. We've dropped to 54 in Baltimore City, but you're still hanging on to lower 60s in Annapolis and Stevensville, all the way out through Denton there. So the weather story looks like this: a mild and muggy morning, sunny and breezy for the afternoon. That wind is going to pick up, but we should see plenty of sunshine, and then we've got those colder temperatures right around the corner. Update on your morning drive. Mr. Bose says we are good to go. Temperatures in the lower 50s over the next couple of hours. Should top out right about 60 today, only upper 40s tomorrow, and we are tracking some rain coming in on Sunday as well, with those temperatures that will be a lot closer to average. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. Turning back to the breaking news coming out of Harford County. Suspect accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County police officers is now in custody.
That's right. We've got live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us from the Shock Trauma Center with an update on the condition of the Baltimore County officer who was shot just last night.
We want to begin with Olivia Dance. She's actually live right in front of Harford County Sheriff's Office with the latest on what's going on, waiting for a media conference to start here. Olivia, what were you able to find out? Are they talking at all?
Yeah, Taylor, Tom, we're waiting for that media availability. It's supposed to start here at about 6:45. But as you mentioned, Harford County Sheriff's Department tweeted that the suspect is now in custody, ending this multi-day, multi-county manhunt. And I want to show you where we're starting to set up here. But again, that press conference isn't supposed to start until about 6:45. Now, as you remember, the suspect is 24-year-old David Linthicum, who has now shot 2 police officers leading up to his arrest. The most recent shooting was last night in Baltimore County. After that, Linthicum took a vehicle and fled from police. That's when a pursuit began across county lines. Linthicum eventually got out of the vehicle near the Fallston Mall. For hours this morning, the Sheriff's Department had eyes on him in a wooded area near that mall. Authorities say they had a tight perimeter on him, and we know that Linthicum was considered to be armed and dangerous, but police were trying to bring him into custody as peacefully as possible. Of course, it seems they were able to do that, but we'll learn more about that momentarily. And this morning, there was a shelter-in-place order in effect. Due to that, Youth Benefit Elementary, Fallston Middle, and Fallston High School announced they are closed today. This manhunt also impacted Baltimore County schools yesterday. We're still working, though, to find out if those closures remain. And the Sheriff's Department said that they were confident that this manhunt would finally be resolved here in Harford County. We now know that was the case. But again, press conference starting at 6:45, and we'll bring you the latest updates as we get them. Back to you.
As Olivia mentioned, Linthicum is accused of shooting a second Baltimore County police detective. That detective was taken to the Shock Trauma Center. He's on life support. This is footage right here of the helicopter arriving at the hospital. Shannon Lilly is there right now, joining us from the Shock Trauma Center with the latest on his condition. What can you tell us, Shannon?
We see men and women who are still out there trying to apprehend a suspect who has wreaked way too much havoc in our communities. So I thank all of the brave men and women who are out there. This is indeed a very difficult profession. We know this is an ongoing situation outside of what's happening here, but we're here to show our support and love for our officer.
Again, as I was saying, Dr. Scalia says that this detective is on life support but in stable condition, thankfully, here at the Shock Trauma Center. He does say that this is going to be a long road to recovery, even just here at Shock Trauma. He says the detective is expected to be with them for a while. Now, before all of this happened, before this detective was brought right here to the Shock Trauma Center, around 9:20, that's when Baltimore County Police tell us one of their detectives was was shot multiple times along Warren Road during the manhunt of David Emery Linthicum, which, as you just heard from Olivia, he is now in custody. But police also are confirming to us that the detective's car was stolen by Linthicum during this whole encounter, and they say the detective shot was wearing a ballistic vest at the time, which could have made a big difference, because Dr. Scalia, when he was standing here outside of shock trauma, says that the detective has multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and extremities. And County Executive Johnny Olszewski and Interim Baltimore County Police Chief Dennis Delp, they were all here outside of shock trauma tonight showing their support, and you just listened, to what they had to say about that. They said that they were standing in support of this officer while the investigation was ongoing. But again, that breaking news is that that suspect is now in custody.
Well, Shannon, do we know anything else about the first officer that was shot on Wednesday night as a result of this investigation? Any update on him as well?
Yeah, in fact, they did update us during that press conference, Taylor. They say that that first officer who was shot on Wednesday night, he was also treated right here at shock trauma, but he is now released. He's now been treated and released. He's expected to be okay. So that is definitely the good news this morning. But again, 2 Baltimore County officers have been shot as part of this investigation in just a 36-hour window. And that one that was shot last night is still here, has a long road to recovery ahead of him. He is in stable condition, but on life support. And so County Executive Johnny Olszewski and doctors and officials are all asking for you to lift up this detective in your prayers, as they say that he will need those prayers. Back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. Today marks 1 month since the Squeegee collaborative plan took effect in Baltimore City. Just ahead, how many warnings police have issued to Squeegee kids in the past month.
And colder temperatures coming our way. Just ahead, what we can expect for the weekend. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
This drone video from an early February day outside of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Temperatures were above average, nearly 60 degrees. Meteorologist Steve Knight says these temps will hang on through next week. Meanwhile, in Iowa, it's back to a winter wonderland. Temperatures had reached the 40s in the past several days. And 2 Cedar Rapids meteorologists had a little fun making snowmen.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
Breaking news this morning, the Harford County Sheriff's Office tweeting that the suspect accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County officers is now in custody. We are standing by for a media update. It should be here in just about 5 minutes. Stick with us here this morning on Fox 45 News to hear that live on air.
Fallston area schools remain closed this morning. They made that announcement earlier while they were still looking for them. We're talking about Youth Benefits Elementary, Fallston Middle, Fallston High Schools. They are closed today. Bus services will not be available for some of the other magnet programs and schools in that area. So just check to make sure that your kids are going to be able to do some activities later on this afternoon before heading out.
Time right now is 6:41. Shifting gears and talking about our forecast, looking out over a very nice start to your Friday morning, albeit kind of mild and muggy. We've actually already seen our high temps for the day. That came earlier this morning when we had 65 degrees. Right now, a lot of us are in the 50s and even lower 60s. So as you head out, just grab a light jacket, grab the sunglasses as well. We'll see plenty of sunshine today, and it's going to be mild if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Full forecast coming up in a few.
Well, 641, a live look from Harford County right now. Actually, we just have the live shot of shock trauma here where sheriff says that one of the Baltimore County police detectives was shot multiple times by the alleged gunman, and it remains here in and is getting some attention this morning. But we are going to try and take you as soon as it's available back to Harford County Sheriff's Office, where they're going to hold a media event. So stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News all morning for the latest when that comes in.
We're coming on air here with an update to the breaking news this morning out of Harford County. The sheriff's office says the accused man who shot 2 Baltimore County police officers is in custody. Now, a media update is getting ready to start any moment here. We'll bring you to it live.
And again, talking about the Fallston schools remain closed. All Baltimore County schools, they announced, are open today. But here are the schools that are closed in the Fallston area while they were still searching for the alleged gunman. Youth Benefit Elementary, Fallston Middle, and Fallston High Schools, they are closed today. And there's some issues with magnet schools busing. So make sure you check their website at Harford County Public Schools if your children are looking to try and do some extra activity outside of the schools. One of those officers who was shot, a detective, is now on life support.
That's right. Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with the latest on that officer's condition. Shannon, any updates?
Well, as of this morning, Taylor, like you guys said, he is still on life support, but thankfully, we're told that he is in stable condition. But Dr. Scalia tells us this is going to be a long road to recovery for him, recovering right here at Shock Trauma, where he believes he will be for some time. In fact, police say the detective was shot multiple times. This all happening around 9:20 last night along Warren Road amid this manhunt for David Emery Linthicum, who is now in custody. Police also confirmed to us that detective's car was actually stolen by Linthicum during this whole encounter. And remember, this is not the first officer Linthicum has shot, and it's not the first one that was also treated here at Shock Trauma. So stay with us, because in 15 minutes we are going to have an update on that other officer's condition as well. And we're also going to hear from Baltimore County leaders and the doctors that were here, who all came together last night to speak out about this, what they had to say, and the support they're showing for these two officers. Now back to you.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Again, we will be breaking in with the Harford County Sheriff's any moment now. Now, turning to the federal trial, though, of former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Today, we can learn new dates for the trial moving forward.
That's right. Right now, Marilyn Mosby has been appointed a federal public defender. This after all 6 of her attorneys withdrew from the case. A year ago, federal prosecutors charged Mosby with perjury and making false statements on mortgage applications. It's related to her purchase of 2 vacation homes in Florida.
Turning now to a city in crisis. Today marking 1 month since the Squeegee collaborative plan took effect, and the first day that police will be handing out citations.
That's right. This morning, we are hearing of another alarming incident involving a Squeegee kid and a couple of drivers. Now, they did not want to be identified. They tell this story to Fox 45 News that a Squeegee kid threatened them when they declined having their windows washed.
Go to open the door and stand up. Tell him, sir, could you stop? You know, we don't want the service. Could you stop? He got really angry. I mean, very angry, and said, so it's going to be like that.
He was really, really angry. He was threatening my husband at that point, threatening him to get out of the car.
Now, according to this couple, the Squeegee kid gestured toward them that he was armed.
He's got his hand in his pocket, sticking out and saying, get out now, get out now. And she's frantic.
I was thinking about Timothy Reynolds. I said, is this going to be a situation where we are actually shot? I didn't know whether we were going to be shot or killed.
He was gesturing as though he had a firearm. He put it in my face in the window.
Now, the couple says that when the light turned green, they sped off and then called police. We reached out to police asking how many warnings they've issued to Squeegee kids in the past month. A spokesperson answering saying 18 warnings have been given for pedestrians walking and standing in roadways since January 10th.
All right, Super Bowl weekend, you know, I mean, it's not here, but this is the kind of weekend you want to have good weather, folks want to get together.
That's right.
You know?
Starting off warmer this morning, too. In fact, meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the warmth that you'll greet you when you head out the door.
Yeah, no kidding, guys. Good morning to you, and good morning to everyone. Appreciate you being here with us live and local all the way until 10 o'clock this morning. We were 1 degree shy of our record high yesterday. We hit 68 degrees. We're going to see another day in the 60s here. We've actually already seen our highs for this morning. That's going to be 65 as it goes down in the record books here for this morning. Not a record high, but overall 65 degrees is going to be your high for the day. Numbers are coming down right now as that cold front passes through. We still have wind advisories hanging on in Garrett and Allegheny counties this morning as that wind is picking up behind that front, and that's the post-frontal wind that is bringing in the cooler temperatures. Lower 50s next hour for the kids at the bus stop, upper 50s by noon. We'll get back to about 60 for our high this afternoon, and it will be breezy to windy at times, so golfers, probably at least a 1 club wind if you are going to get out there and try to hit the links before those colder temperatures roll in for this weekend. Average high this time of year is 45, so nowhere near that number again today with those mid to upper 50s and lower 60s across central Maryland, Eastern Shore, across the Bay Bridge, all the way up to Chesapeake into Baltimore City. Now, 49 in Cumberland today, so you can see where that colder air is. Pittsburgh at 45, Scranton at 47, so there's where the colder air is going to be, and tomorrow we are going to get in on that. Here's a look at our future scan. Staying dry this afternoon. We'll keep the breezy conditions around. Tomorrow, the colder air will be here, but a lot of sunshine expected for your Saturday. Sunday gets a little bit more dicey with more of those showers starting to roll in as we get into Sunday afternoon and evening. Mainly just some scattered rain showers around, definitely cloudy and cooler, and that's how it's going to be for your Super Bowl parties on Sunday afternoon before we dry back out again into early next week. 7-day forecast, 60 today, mid to upper 40s both Saturday and Sunday. We're back to the 50s into Monday and Tuesday for Valentine's Day, and then another round of showers comes late next week. But notice we're right back to the 60s by next Wednesday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. We want to take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network, and no main issues to report. In fact, you're looking at your drive times right here. The only issue that was out there earlier this morning, the main concern was Route 1 in, that's Bel Air Road, right at Mountain Road. That was shut down. But now you see the intersection. It was because of the manhunt earlier. Now that that person is now in custody, it's wide open here. Even though the maps on the MDOT system are showing that it's still closed, you can see it's wide open, no issues to report. Now we want to take you to another live look from the Len Stoller mobile track this morning, and looks like they're cruising around the on 695 here. Not exactly sure of the location, but everyone is moving along just fine. No problems. Taking a live look from Harford County Sheriff's Office, too, where we are going to get him. Oh, actually, Sheriff Gaylor is just stepping up. So let's listen into what Sheriff Gaylor has to say about the manhunt incident.
You all tell me when you're ready. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for your patience. Harford County Sheriff Jeff Gaylor wanted to cover a little bit about the events from the last couple of days in Baltimore County, and that unfortunately led here to Harford County and an 8-hour manhunt that we've just concluded successfully and peacefully. I'm happy to say that the individual wanted involved in the assault and the shooting, the wounding of 2 Baltimore County police officers is in custody, where he belongs. With me, we do have Colonel Joe Conger from the Baltimore County Police Department, Colonel Bill Davis, my chief deputy, Eric Gonzalez, Major Eric Gonzalez from our patrol operations, and Donovan Brooks, who's the director of school safety here in Harford County. We did, out of an abundance of caution, the school system did decide to close some of the area schools, and that happened just a few minutes before this arrest was made, which we could have been a little more prompt, but that was up to the suspect. Again, I'm pleased to tell you that the suspect involved in everyone's news feed for the last 48 hours is in custody. Beginning back on February 8th, members of this office began assisting the Baltimore County Police Department with attempts to locate this subject after the wounding of the first police officer, and that continued into last night down in Cockeysville, where a second police officer was shot. While the operation was underway, when that second police officer was shot, almost an immediate vehicle pursuit was initiated that led from Cockeysville up here to the Fallston area of Harford County, concluding at the Fallston Mall, where the individual got out of the vehicle and fled into the woods, beginning the last long 8 hours for our Harford County community. After, as I said in my earlier briefing, that time was on our side. We had eyes on the suspect. We had him pinned down. He was hunkered down. Where he was in a very wooded area amongst a lot of large boulders and rocks, trying to seclude himself. He was unable to seclude himself from the helicopter from Baltimore County and the drones from our here at the Sheriff's Office and those of our allied agencies. As I sat here in our headquarters building all night watching the events unfold, and I have to say, as sheriff, I could not be more proud of the deputies first and foremost, our personnel as they professionally handled this incident, allowing it to be brought to a successful conclusion, and the actions, efforts, and partnerships of all those agencies involved. And we had, of course, the Baltimore County Police at our side, the Maryland State Police, the FBI, and the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Kudos to all of them. Our community is safer this morning with this individual in custody where he belongs. Throughout the standoff, particularly as we were able to get a little closer to him, our deputies used multiple less lethal tactics to try to encourage him to surrender. As I said, he was hunkered down in the woods, and that made it difficult, but at a point in the closing hours, we were able to establish some communication with him. As morning approached, and at 5:43, members of our team were able to bring him safely into custody. No injuries to the suspect, deputies or other officers, and his sheriff. That's a blessing, and I'm very pleased. Or any injuries or to any members of our Harford County community. The suspect was transported, was looked at medically by an ambulance on the scene, and has been transported to be observed, but has sustained no injuries as a result of his arrest. Local charges are being discussed, but right now, when he finishes his medical review, it's my understanding that Baltimore County Police will be taking custody of him. Obviously, they have much more serious charges than we have. The area around Fallston Mall where this incident occurred is going to remain with a heavy police presence for the immediate future. As I said at the earlier press conference, it was my understanding at the time that when he exited the vehicle, we believe he had a long gun with him. He left a rifle and a pistol, a handgun behind. I've been corrected on that there was no handgun left behind, but there was a rifle left behind. When he was arrested, he has ammunition on his person, but he did not have a rifle on his person. So we are obviously looking through the area to see if indeed there was one, as was reported, but that could have been left there in the woods somewhere. Again, before I take any questions, I want to thank our federal, state, and local partners who worked, as we always do in this profession, so well hand in hand to bring what could be a whole different outcome to this situation. I certainly think the suspect took actions and was intent on going out a different way or having this conclude a different way. I'm thankful, the allied agencies are thankful, and I think our community is thankful that he was peacefully brought into, as peacefully as possible, brought into custody. Again, I want to offer on behalf of the Harford County Sheriff's Office, our thoughts and prayers are with the two brother officers in Baltimore County who continue to recover, and we're praying for a full and complete recovery. I said at the earlier press conference, today's February 10th, a date that holds a significant importance to the men and women of the Harford County Sheriff's Office. Today, just minutes ago, our flag was raised over the boulevard down in Abingdon over the loss of our deputies 7 years ago, and I'm thankful, although I don't want to see any officers wounded, I'm thankful that we're not standing with our brothers from Baltimore County. It's something so tragic as losing two police officers. So we're hopeful. Our thoughts and prayers are with those officers and their families. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions and do my best. And again, we're early on, so some things may not be 100%.
That vehicle that we know that he took from Baltimore County and drove here in Harford County,
it is my understanding that it was a Baltimore County police vehicle.
Did the suspect surrender himself? Or was there...
He did not. He did not. So we employed several less lethal devices to try to bring him into custody, and it eventually culminated in our personnel going hands-on with him and physically, after some resistance, being able to place him into custody.
What have police learned about Lynn's victims motive to do all of this?
That would rest. I have no idea. That would rest with the initial call that the Baltimore County Police received, so I'd have to defer to the Baltimore County Police Department.
Has he said anything during negotiations or when he was
He said he was speaking with some of our personnel, our SRT people who were in the woods there. He did have conversations with them, but it was nothing productive. It was nothing relevant to the case. When some of the flashbangs, I talked about that at the earlier press conference, when some of the flashbangs went off, he commented on how much he liked fireworks. So what he was saying wasn't pertinent to the actions that he has done, the terrible acts he's committed.
I know that you said a medical exam is being done now. Can you just give some idea of what his condition was? I mean, he was on the run for almost 48 hours. What his condition was, and also any idea if drugs were involved?
No idea whether there's any kind of substance abuse or drugs involved. And his condition is fine. I mean, he obviously ran from the car through a wooded area full of briars. I understood. I did not see him coming out of the woods, but I understood he had shorts and a sweatshirt on. And he ran into a very rocky area. So in addition to that, he did resist to a minor degree being placed into handcuffs. So out of an abundance of caution, they were having him checked out.
He said that he may have disposed of a long gun. Is the search for that into that?
We had reports that when he exited the vehicle, he had a long gun with him. When we arrested him, there was no gun on him or in that immediate area. So he did have ammunition on him. So we are concerned that perhaps there's a gun there. We have brought some dogs in. We're going to be thoroughly checking the area. Last thing we want to leave behind is a firearm. So if it's there, we're going to do our best to find it.
Maybe this would be more of a question for Baltimore County Police, but is there any way you guys could shed some more light on last night and kind of how he even got away from police? Because, initially it seemed like maybe you guys were closing in on him yesterday and then you got away.
Well, I think indeed, I do think that's a question for the Baltimore County Police, and I'm going to assume it's probably too early in the investigation to go into those kind of details. Anyone else?
The Baltimore County Police vehicle that the suspect took off with, do we know if that was the vehicle from the officer who was shot, or was it just...
Again, I believe it was, but that's going to be a question better posed to the Baltimore County Police.
I am curious about the condition of that vehicle as well, because I think I saw a tweet or something that he was at one point driving on the rim.
He was, and I was listening to the pursuit, so I heard that right from our radio system. He was, and I think we can credit a Baltimore County police officer who, as I heard it on the radio, was able to get stop sticks out in front of the vehicle and flatten his tires, and obviously bring the very dangerous part of any vehicle pursuit, bring that car part to an end in an area. And we were blessed by many things. We were blessed with the hour, not people out, and him, I'm assuming not familiar with the area, hunkered down instead of continued to run, let us get a good perimeter up. That was the initial Baltimore County call 2 days ago, and again, not something that I'm going to speak to. I'm going to leave that to Baltimore County Police Department. And again, all of this, our actions over the last 8 hours, our involvement, and the Baltimore County Police with the injuring of the two officers, it's very early on in two very active investigations.
Just like a technical question, you said that 8-hour manhunt. Obviously, the manhunt in total was longer than that, but as far as him actually in Hartford County, that was about 8 hours.
Yes. Chrissy, anything else? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your patience last night and this morning too. Your support is really
Okay.
appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you were just joining us here on this morning, you obviously were just listening to the breakdown of the Hartford County Sheriff. That was Sheriff Jeff Gaylor, kind of reliving the last 8 hours once the suspect, who was in Baltimore County, traveled up into his jurisdiction. So he was able to give us a little bit more on the custody when they were able to bring in the 24-year-old alleged shooter of two Baltimore County police officers, an officer and a detective. Sheriff Gaylor saying it was basically 5:43 this morning. There was slight resistance. He was not found with a gun on his person when they did that, and he did not give up, but these officers used tactics to actually kind of subdue him and get him in. He is now being treated, looked at medically. They were saying he was shorts and T-shirts. It was cold last night, rocky terrain, so there's probably some scratches and stuff, but he appears to be not harmed. Olivia Dance, who also, you heard her asking 3 or 4 questions. She said, was there drug or substance abuse? He said, we don't know about that yet. That'll be medical, but he didn't appear. The big question, though, Taylor, was when he started saying something about multiple long guns that were involved with that, and they weren't sure if there was one that he had on him when he got out of the vehicle and went into those woods, right near the Fallston Mall, that area there, and that they were looking for that, and that's what they were nervous about, whether he had a gun. Appears that he did not. Now they're looking to see if he dropped it somewhere.
Well, they did say that he had ammunition on him, so that's one of those things they're considering. You know, but he took them on a pursuit from Cockeysville all the way to the Fallston Mall. You know, before that, he stole a police vehicle. This is what they're alleging. And then when they found him, he was in the woods. They had to use drones and helicopters to find him because he was barricaded. So now he's in custody. This is the start here to the next part of this investigation.
Sheriff Gaylor also saying that he'll be transported back to Baltimore County because that's where the major charges are, obviously, what happened there. There's still some closures, though. You heard around the mall there was a little bit of closures, but really the last night when he was we were told that he shot one of the police detectives and then took a vehicle, maybe that detective's vehicle, though, they still have that closed. That's Warren Road, and that's right near the actual reservoir. So that section is closed, but everything else is appearing to be opened up. He also said something about why it's significant today in Harford County, and you remember 7 years ago, 2016, February 10th, where you had 2 deputies shot and killed just walking into a restaurant on a man that was apparently acting suspicious in that that restaurant where we had that, and that was also Deputy Patrick Daly, and also we have Mark Logston. Those were the 2 that were shot and killed 7 years ago. So he said it's grim for Harford County. This is good news. Nobody was injured in this exchange in Harford County, and their prayers are with Baltimore County Police.
Absolutely. Let's get over to Shannon Lilly as we want to continue our coverage on this. Now, the officer who was shot last night, taken to the Shock Trauma Center. Shannon, can you give us an update on his condition? What are you hearing right now?
Yeah, so right now, Taylor, he is on life support, but thankfully in stable condition. And Dr. Scalia, though, saying that he will be with them for quite some time, meaning he is going to be right here at the Shock Trauma Center being given treatment for quite some time because of the extent of his injuries. And remember, this is the second Baltimore County officer to be treated right here in just a short 36-hour span. Both were shot as a result of this investigation. Thankfully, though, the first has been treated and released, according to police, but the detective shot overnight last night remains here in stable condition. Now, we do want to get you straight to this video, though, where you can see the medevac landing on top of the hospital overnight. And just before this, around 9:20 last night, that is when Baltimore County Police tell us one of their detectives was shot multiple times along Warren Road during that manhunt of David Emery Linthicum, who is now in custody. Now, police also confirming to us that the detective's car was actually stolen by Linthicum during this whole encounter. And they say the detective shot was wearing a ballistic vest at the time, which definitely could have made a huge difference just by the amount of times that he was shot. He was rushed to shock trauma here, arriving around 10 p.m. Both Dr. Scalia and County Executive Johnny Olszewski speaking on that last night. Listen.
He came in shocky. We have stabilized him, but he is on life support. He is going to need a significant amount of reconstruction. We are putting our plan together now.
I want to thank the quick and swift action of the officers to get the officer here. Our prayers are with him. I ask that not just all of Baltimore County, but anyone within earshot of my voice to lift up the officer in your prayers. Surround him and his family.
And speaking of his family, we do know that they have been notified, and they are actually here at Shock Trauma alongside that detective's bedside. Of course, a very difficult time for them, and this investigation is ongoing. But again, that suspect is now in custody. Reporting live from Shock Trauma, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
That media update just wrapping up there in Harford County Police Headquarters. Olivia Dance was there this morning.
Yeah, Olivia, we were hearing right now, obviously everyone's concerned about the Baltimore County police officer who is now recovering in shock trauma. We got an update there. But did I hear correct that Sheriff Gaylor out of Harford County said that they are still looking for a potential gun that the suspect may have left in the woods?
Yeah, Tom, that's a great point, and that was something that was brought up because at one point we know that he was considered to be armed and dangerous. When they did take him into custody, though, he had some ammunition on him. He didn't actually have a rifle, though, so there is a concern that maybe he dropped or left that rifle somewhere in that wooded area where he was taken into custody. But as Taylor mentioned, the press conference here just wrapped up. You can see there's still some media here, but Baltimore County Police were here as well as Harford County Sheriffs, and we know that the manhunt actually here in Harford County was about 8 hours long. We know that it concluded successfully and peacefully. The suspect didn't exactly surrender, though, but they used non-lethal devices to actually bring him into custody. They told us that they had eyes on the suspect near the Fallston Mall in a wooded area among rocks. He was trying to seclude himself there from the drones and helicopters that they had flying above. Again, they used lethal tactics to try and get him to surrender as they closed in on him. At one point, they said they were actually able to establish some communication with him, but then they eventually did take him into custody. No officers or community members were injured during the arrest, but we do know that he shot 2 officers over this almost 48-hour manhunt. Local charges are being discussed right now, and he's currently under a medical review, although I did ask the Sheriff's Department what his condition was when he was arrested, and they said that he was pretty much fine, but after his medical review, he will be transferred to Baltimore County Police, and they will then take him into custody. And when he was, as I mentioned, when he was arrested, he had the ammunition, didn't have the rifle. They're still looking for that, but we do know that now actually some new information, and bear with me here because we're still trying to gather all this information. But as I mentioned, he had the ammunition, not the rifle, but that police vehicle, that vehicle that he had, it was a police vehicle. We just learned that. So after he shot at the officer last night in Baltimore County, he took a vehicle. Now we know it's a police vehicle, drove here to Harford County, and then they found him in the wooded area near Fallston Mall, secluding himself among the rocks.
Yeah, and Olivia, hunkered down because of those stop sticks stopped that vehicle for him. So thank you again for reporting. We'll be checking in with you here in just a couple minutes. Well, here's a look at the stories that are making your headlines this hour. A top story we just went over. The suspect accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County police officers now in custody. We have the latest on that developing story, and we'll continue that throughout the morning.
Authorities in Baltimore City arrest a man accused of stealing a police car, then slamming into a home. It's caused it to collapse. We're going over what happened the moments before this happened. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:15, and we want to bring you another update on this breaking news this morning. Harford County Sheriff's Office wrapping up a media conference revealing the suspect, now accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County police officers, is now in custody, and Olivia Dance was in Harford County. She's there this morning following all the latest details. She'll have us a complete update on that latest information here coming up in about 15 minutes. And because of that police activity in the Fallston area, Youth Benefit Elementary, Fallston Middle, and Fallston High School, they were closed before they caught the suspect, so they are closed for the day.
Now, we are just 2 days away from the ultimate matchup. The Philadelphia Eagles will take on the Kansas City Chiefs in Super Bowl 57.
Something for the,
Joining us live this morning, a preview of the Super Bowl, sports agent Doug Eldridge with Achilles PR and DLE Agency. Now, this is amazing. Good morning to you.
When they don't, go
hey, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Now, for the first time, both Super Bowl teams are entering this game with the same win-loss record, 16-3, and the same number of compiled regular and postseason points. This is an evenly matched game.
It's incredible. I can't think in my lifetime of a Super Bowl that on paper and in practice is as evenly balanced as these two, from their records to the points scored to the makeup of each team. And to something that has real historical significance. For the first time in Super Bowl history, both starting quarterbacks are African Americans, which is poignant since we're at the midpoint of Black History Month. So there are so many interesting parallels and comparisons between these two squads.
And to that point, a lot of people are saying this is the battle of the quarterbacks. This is the battle of seeing Jalen Hurts as well as Patrick Mahomes duke it out on the field. I mean, what's your take on what we could expect from this kind of matchup?
Well, that's the natural headline, right? And that's what people are really going to be watching, because as I jokingly tweeted earlier this week, the Bugattis get the attention, but it's the fat bottom Buicks that do all the hard work. And by that, I mean, this game is going to be decided on the offensive and defensive line. That's what's going to determine this game. And here's why I say that. You have a top 2 offensive line with the Chiefs, and you have a top 2 in the NFL defensive line. If the Chiefs can't protect Mahomes, and conversely, if the Eagles can't penetrate and put pressure on him, this is going to be a hard game for both teams. So that it's ultimately going to be decided, even though the attention, rightfully so, will go to the quarterbacks, it's going to be decided by the Buicks up front.
Well, what are the teams doing right now to get ready? Because this is a big one. And are there really any injuries on either side that would make this more difficult to be able to have that strong defense and offense?
Right now, both teams are really in an incredible position, meaning that they don't have any key injuries that are public, key injuries that would really put the thumb on the scale of how this matchup could start. At this point, Friday, their media work's done, their appearance obligations are done, they're hunkered down, they're absolutely sequestered. They're probably going to see family for the last time tomorrow morning, and then it's business. They try and say just treat it as another game, but let's be honest, this is anything but another game. The NFL is the largest league in the country by a country mile, and this is the biggest game within that. There's never less in the modern context than 100 million viewers that tune in for this game. So this is the game of games. And so for these guys, what they're trying to do is just keep it casual, keep it loose. Do anything that would have some semblance of the routine, because that's how you try out the nerves and the emotions, and you just go automated. Do your job. Lunch pail.
All right, Doug, last quick question. Who do you got?
I'm going with Chiefs. Now, the only way this happens, I think it's going to be a close game.
Thank you, Doug.
The initial spread was a half point. I think it's going to be a close game. I do think it's going to be the Chiefs, and the only reason I'm picking the Chiefs is because Brady's not in the game.
It's going to be dang good football. Thanks, Doug. We'll get over to the weather now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, who do you have?
Tom almost fell out of his chair when Doug said that, because we know Tom's an Eagles fan. I have the Eagles winning, and I think they're going to win. Not only do I not like the Chefs, but I really do believe that the Eagles are the better team. I mean, they held the last 2 playoff opponents to 7 points each game. So I really think it's Mahomes versus that defense. Either way, it's right here on Fox 45 Sunday afternoon, and we're going to have a pretty decent day. We have to deal with some colder temperatures by the time we get into both Saturday and Sunday for this weekend, and possibly even tracking a few showers as well. Right now, we're looking at our HD radars, that cold front making its slow way through the area. The colder air will start filtering in by the time we get into tomorrow morning. The wind is going to pick up later today, so as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, just a light jacket this morning with numbers in the 50s, upper 50s through noon, and close to 60 into the afternoon. We've already seen our high temperature today. That happened earlier this morning when we were in the mid 60s. We're going to be in the mid to upper 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Even some lower 60s sneaking in there, even up and down the 95 corridor, 59 in D.C., 58 down the ocean, but only 49 in Cumberland. That's where some of that colder area is. And you can see on our temperature tracker, those numbers are definitely closer to average Saturday and Sunday, but not below average, just in those mid to upper 40s. And then we warm right back up next week with those temperatures climbing again. Here's a look at our future scan. Staying dry today. Again, the wind is going to pick up through the afternoon, and it stays with us tomorrow, at least for the first half of the day. By tomorrow evening, you'll see a little bit more cloud cover rolling in. Showers start rolling in on Sunday, mainly Sunday afternoon into the evening time. That's where most of the models have this, and it's mainly just going to be rain showers as temperatures will just be too warm. So there we go. Our 7-day forecast looks like this. Those 40s, as I mentioned, for the weekend, warmer and drier early next week.
Well, Sunday is Super Bowl, but it also marks the day Rihanna will perform since releasing her last album in 2016. What the superstar wants you to know heading into her halftime show.
And Valentine's Day weekend is here, and if cut flowers aren't your thing, we've got some beautiful options for you here at Bell Nursery. We'll give you some different ideas in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.24, we want to go back to our breaking news this morning. Harford County Sheriff's Office wrapping up a media conference following the announcement the suspect accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County police officers is now in custody. Well, now the focus turns to the Baltimore County officer's recovery here. And Shannon Lilly is reporting live from shock trauma. In 5 minutes, she'll give us an update on the detective who is now on life support after the alleged gunman, Lithicum, shot him. So we'll get an update on that here in just a little bit as you're taking a live look from shock trauma. And we heard from Dr. Scalia earlier this morning. If you're still looking for Valentine's Day gift ideas, we've got you covered.
That's right. This year, try something different other than cut flowers. Now, this morning for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson is live at Bell Nursery, checking out what they've got.
Yeah, lots of pretty options here. I'm here with Carol Jacobs. We love coming down here because we get to see such variety and what's coming up too.
Right, we're so happy to have you. And I have a great variety of plants here. Valentine's Day is around the corner, so we just want to make it easy. Pop in your local Home Depot, and we've got everything you would need.
Different options that last a little longer maybe than the cut flowers, especially like the orchids. I feel like you can keep them going if you do it right.
100%. These will last you 3, 4, 5 months. These are amazing, but everything I have on the table here will last and will make great gifts, not just for that special someone, just a friend. You want to gift something, a teacher. We've got, like you mentioned, we have the beautiful mini orchids. Just these little African violets. They're amazing. Put them in a little pot. You've got a great little gift. We've got hydrangeas, and keep in mind these are greenhouse grown, so do not put these outside.
Not yet, yeah. They need to be warm inside right now.
Little mini orchids. If somebody is not a flower person, you've got something like this beautiful aglaonema. Does not need a lot of light. We have this Syngonium, which are nice heart shapes.
And I do want to move to the end because you've got some really different options here for that person who you might want to get something a little bigger, but something really cool.
And something that's really going to last long.
Exactly.
So the smaller tree in the front is called a patio peach. Once it starts blooming, it gets these beautiful, beautiful, bright pink, like your color of your jacket.
Ooh, pretty.
Blooms. Then it gets little peaches. They're not edible peaches, they're ornamental peaches. This one here, which
this is my favorite.
It's dormant now, so it just looks like twigs. It's called an espalier apple. So you can grow this in a very large pot up against a fence, up against a wall. Anybody who doesn't have a lot of space but wants to grow fruit trees, each branch of this is a different variety of apple. So you're going to have a Honeycrisp, a Gala, a Red Delicious. So you don't need another tree to pollinate it.
Very cool.
It does everything itself, and it's just, to me, anybody wants to give me a gift, this is what I want.
Yeah, I hope your family's watching, right? Yeah, the gift that keeps giving. Well, great. If you want more information on getting trees or flowers or plants like this, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And coming up next hour, I think we're going to focus in on the orchids, right? And talk more about caring for those. Back to you guys.
All right, Amy Aronson out there, Bell Nursery, blowing our mind with different apples on different branches. Thank you.
It's been a mild and muggy morning, but the next weather maker will be here right in time for the Super Bowl. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next chance for rain in his full Weather Authority forecast.
A second Baltimore County police officer being treated right here at Shock Trauma after being shot in that ongoing manhunt. Coming up, we are live with the very latest on his condition. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
7:30, we go right back out to the breaking news this morning as the Harford County Sheriff's Office wrapped up a media conference following the announcement the suspect accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County police officers is in custody. The focus now on Baltimore County officers' recovery.
Yeah, we have live team coverage this morning. Olivia Dance is live in Fallston right there. She's got information from the media press conference held at the police headquarters this morning.
Now, Shannon Lilly is right outside of shock trauma this morning. She'll give us an update on the Baltimore County officer, the detective that the alleged gunman shot last night. And that officer is on life support this morning.
Now, due to the police activity in the Fallston area and the shelter-in-place order, the Youth Benefit Elementary, Fallston Middle, and Fallston High School, they were closed. They're closed today, and bus service is not available to travel in that area. It was done out of an abundance of caution.
Right.
Yeah. Well, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's Friday, y'all. Friday, February 10th.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart and Tom Rogers, and we want to get a check of the weather for the weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us right now with the forecast.
60s we had yesterday, hung on into the early morning hours this morning. We've already seen our high temps for the day. Numbers will go down over the next couple of hours and will be breezy as we head toward the afternoon. But the sun is shining nicely on the stadiums this morning and across Baltimore City. Good morning to all of you. Check those numbers. 57 Essex and Middle River over to Dundalk. Also 57 in Baltimore City, 60 in Woodlawn, and 57 in Brooklyn Park. So probably just a light jacket is all you'll need. Notice over the next 12 hours numbers kind of where we are right now and maybe rise in a few more degrees back to about 60 for your afternoon numbers. So that's what we're going for with breezy conditions later today. Obviously still above average, and the sun will be up until 5:38 tonight. We're tracking the colder temps for this upcoming weekend and that chance for rain on Super Bowl Sunday. We'll take a closer look at that in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar traffic network and some of the drive times around the region. Not bad at all, this commute. Looking great on a Friday morning at 7:32. Back to the breaking news, the update from Baltimore County Sheriff's Office tweeting the suspect accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County officers is in custody.
That's right. We've got live team coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly is going to give us a look from Shock Trauma Center where the officer is and an update on his condition. And first, we'll have Olivia Dance.
Yeah, Olivia is in Fallston this morning, right in front of the Sheriff's Office, the Harford County Sheriff's Office right there. Where earlier, Olivia, you were listening to Sheriff Gaylor describe the last 8 hours, what unfolded in Harford County.
Well, Taylor and Tom, obviously, David Linthicum is now in custody. The 8-hour manhunt that was here in Harford County concluded successfully and peacefully earlier this morning. As you mentioned, the Harford County Sheriff's Department just gave us an update right here outside of their headquarters, and they said that Linthicum didn't exactly surrender, but they used non-lethal devices to bring him into custody just before 6 this morning. Now, when they found him, he had ammunition, but not a rifle. They do believe he had a rifle at one point, so they're still looking for that. But they had eyes on Linthicum near the Fallston Mall shopping center in a wooded area among rocks. He was trying to seclude himself from the drones and helicopters that they had flying above. But at some point, they were able to establish some communication with him. Thankfully, no officers or community members were injured during his arrest. But we know that he did shoot 2 officers in Baltimore County. The most recent shooting happening last night when Linthicum stole a police vehicle. We just found out it was actually a police vehicle that he stole. He then drove to Harford County. At one point, he got flat tires, and he was even driving on the rims of that police vehicle. He then got out near the Fallston Mall shopping center and went into the wooded area where he was then eventually arrested. Linthicum is currently under medical review, but he seems fine when he was arrested. But after that medical exam, he then will be transported to Baltimore County Police custody, and those charges are pending. Also, the area around the Fallston Mall shopping center remains closed right now. And also, before his arrest this morning, 3 area schools announced that they are going to be closed today, and they will remain closed despite him being arrested now. But for now, reporting live in Bel Air, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, as Olivia mentioned, Linthicum shot a second Baltimore County police officer. He's accused of that. Now, that officer was taken to shock trauma. He is on life support. This is footage of the helicopter arriving there. Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage this morning. She's live from the Shock Trauma Center with an update on the officer's condition. Shannon.
Well, Dr. Scalia Taylor tells us that detective is on life support, like you said, but thankfully in stable condition. But he does say that this is going to be a long road to recovery due to the extent of his injuries, which means he will likely be here at shock trauma for quite some time. But we do want to get you straight to this video where you can see once again that medevac landing on top of the hospital. This was around 10 last night. And just before this, around 9:20, that's when Baltimore County Police tell us one of their detectives was shot multiple times. It happened along Warren Road during that manhunt of David Emery Linthicum, who is now in custody. Police also confirming to us that the detective's car was stolen by Linthicum during this whole encounter. And they say the detective shot was wearing a ballistic vest at the time, which may have made a big difference because Dr. Scalia says he has multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and extremities. Now, County Executive Johnny Olszewski, interim Baltimore County Police Chief Dennis Delp, and others were all outside of shock trauma overnight showing their support. Let's listen to that.
We see men and women who are still out there trying to apprehend a suspect who has wreaked way too much havoc in our communities. So I thank all of the brave men and women who are out there. This is indeed a very difficult profession. We know this is an ongoing situation outside of what's happening here, but we're here to show our support and love for our officer.
Yeah, obviously a lot of attention there, Shannon, on the detective who's in the shock trauma behind you. But we also know another Baltimore County police officer who was injured Wednesday night as a result of this investigation. Any updates on how that officer is doing?
Yeah, we did get an update, Tom. In fact, during that same press conference, police tell us that that officer was actually treated here at shock trauma as well, that one that was injured Wednesday night. Now, thankfully, he was treated and released from shock trauma, so he is expected to be okay, and that is certainly the good news this morning. But once again, the detective that was shot last night, that marks the second Baltimore County officer shot in just a 36-hour window amidst this investigation, so certainly a difficult time for police. But again, that officer that was shot last night, that detective, he remains here in stable condition, but he is on life support. Reporting live from shock trauma, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. A federally funded research program at the University of Maryland School of Medicine could save thousands of lives. We'll be speaking with the study's lead doctor on why this discovery is so important.
Now, we started mild and muggy this morning, but cooler air is heading our way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next chance for rain ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:40, back to our breaking news this morning. Harford County Sheriff's Office wrapping up the media conference earlier following the announcement the suspect accused of shooting two Baltimore County police officers is in custody. Shan Lilly reporting live from right outside of shock trauma all morning long. Coming up at our 8 o'clock hour, she'll give us an update on the officer's condition this morning, who is still in there on life support.
7:41 is your time right now as we are 19 minutes in front of 8 o'clock. Today, if you can believe it, is National Umbrella Day. You will not need the umbrella, but hopefully we hear that song on Sunday right here on Fox 45 with Rihanna. Maybe Jay-Z is going to show up. You never know what's going to happen. So our live cam over downtown Baltimore, beautiful shot. The stadium's lit up nicely here. Before you know it, we'll be enjoying some hot dogs and Natty Bo's down there at Camden Yards. Here's a look at your current temperatures. And again, the mild conditions continuing. Low to mid 50s for Westminster and Cockeysville, Bel Air. These are your temps right now. 57 in Baltimore City, 60 in Annapolis. Now, let me tell you what's going on. Temperatures today hit 65. That was earlier this morning. The record for the day is 66. So almost had a record high at about 2 o'clock this morning. I don't know what's going on with Mother Nature. She's just messing with us all. Light jacket, sunglasses is needed, or they are all going to be needed for today. And just grab a little light layer if you're heading out for a run or a jog in the next few hours. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about the colder numbers for Super Bowl weekend. 7:42 is your time. Don't go anywhere.
Back to our breaking news update this morning. The suspect accused of shooting two Baltimore County police officers is now in custody. Shan Lilly reporting from shock trauma this morning. About 5 minutes, she'll give us an update on the officer who is now on life support.
But let's go ahead and get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for our forecast. Muggy morning and maybe cooler this weekend?
No, it will be cooler this weekend. Taylor,
okay.
Tom, good morning to both of you. Yeah, numbers are going to be coming back down to more February-ish numbers, but overall, we keep that above average streak going. Beautiful shot from our Towson camera right now. Mix of clouds and sun from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Talked about it just a moment ago, but if you missed it, we had 65 earlier this morning. We're down to 57 right now in Towson, and that northwest wind is starting to pick up, about 14 to 20 20 miles an hour, so the breezy conditions will continue over the next few hours. This is all in the wake of the cold fronts. That cold front moving off and exiting stage right. We are going to see that colder air that is going to start filtering in. Overall today, pilots, well, not bad. VFR, visual flight rules, but a bit breezy, and you'll definitely be practicing those crosswind landings out there using more than likely 3-3 over at Martin. 54 your temp at Westminster for this afternoon. 56 in Cockeysville, 60 in Baltimore, 59 in Annapolis, and even lower 60s for you out toward the eastern shore. These are going to be your numbers later this afternoon, but look how much colder it is to the west. Only 49 in Cumberland, a lot of areas in Pittsburgh, western PA, seeing that colder air that we are all going to get into starting tomorrow. 59 in the district today, and if you really want some warm numbers, head to Richmond with close to 70 degrees for their high. All right, here's a look at our future scan. So we do stay dry this afternoon. Wind is going to be picking up, staying mainly sunny as well. As you head into Saturday, yeah, you're going to wake up with colder temperatures and colder afternoon, but look at all the sun that we're expecting. Not much in the way of any precipitation. Things change on Sunday. Early morning, you'll start to see some cloud cover rolling in. By the time we get to about the middle of the day, more of those showers start spreading through the area. Some of the models want to paint just a little bit of that kind of purple where we see that mix of rain and snow, maybe a few flakes flying in some of our higher elevations, but mainly for mountain locations if we see any of that, because the ground temperatures are just going to be too warm. We'll stay with the clouds and the rain showers that'll be around through Sunday afternoon into early Monday morning before all of that moves out of here by next week. Shout out to Clara Fredo, Sergio the doggy, looking great for Valentine's Day and all ready to go. Thank you for that picture, Clara, and you can always send me your pet pics, JCChambers at foxbaltimore.com. And speaking of Valentine's Day, just 4 days away from right now, 10 days until President's Day. St. Patty's Day, it's on a Friday, y'all. You know what that means here in Baltimore. It's going to be all out. We're talking about 5 weeks away from right now. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. 60 today. We'll be back into the upper 40s Saturday and Sunday. Super Bowl Sunday, as I mentioned, it's going to be in the colder start to the morning with temperatures in the 30s, but those showers for the afternoon and mid to upper 40s. And then mid to upper 50s return, even lower 60s come back by the middle of next week. Tom?
Yeah, thank you, Justin. Now we want to take you to the Len Stoller Traffic Network here and some of the area cameras around Baltimore. The only issue we have to report here is Maryland 10 northbound. Right when you get onto Baltimore's Beltway, the outer loop, right near Curtis Creek Bridge, there's an accident there. It's causing some delays on 10. And then, of course, earlier we had some issues in Fallston because of the manhunt right there and the roads closed. They have that opened up. Also, the road, Warren Road in Cockeysville, right over the reservoir, that is now opened up after police finished their investigation because of the police-involved shooting that occurred in that area last night. So I want to give a live look right now from our Len Stoller mobile track, and you can see no issues here on 695's inner loop right near Timonium. So everyone's moving along just fine this morning at 7:48.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom.
Baltimore City schools in the spotlight as Project Baltimore investigation reveals more than 20 schools do not have a single student proficient in math. It comes as education all across the country becomes a key issue for politicians gearing up for the 2024 presidential run.
That's right. National correspondent Kayla Gaskin has this report.
American students increasingly struggling to read, write, and do math on grade level. Inner city students among the hardest hit.
How is he supposed to be productive if he can't read?
Nichelle Watkinson's fourth grade son attends one of 23 Baltimore City schools where not a single student tested proficient in math on the state exam.
Who do you hold accountable for that?
Local lawmakers dodging questions from Sinclair station WBFF.
And as some elected officials run from the issue, others are tackling this crisis in the classroom head on.
Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders announcing a new state education plan this week, increasing teacher pay, school choice, and expanding early education.
Here in Arkansas and across America, Republicans are working to end the policy of trapping kids in failing schools and sentencing them to a lifetime of poverty.
In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis continuing his crusade to rid the public K-12 education system of woke political ideology.
We believe in teaching kids facts and how to think, but we don't believe they should have an agenda imposed on them.
Senator Josh Hawley from Missouri, one of the first to introduce federal legislation to combat the problem with his Parental Bill of Rights in 2021.
They're scared to death
that they don't have any say in their kids' education. It's time to put parents back in control.
Former President Trump even latching on to the gender identity in schools fight as he runs for another term in the White House.
The left-wing gender insanity being pushed on our children is an act of child abuse.
Trump and others echoing Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin's successful campaign playbook and betting that the education issue will be the key to a GOP victory in next year's presidential race. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
DPW facing tough questions from city council members as garbage piles up the agency's response and how it's trying to fill those open positions.
We know who Philly and Kansas City are rooting for, but who is the rest of America cheering on to win Super Bowl 57? Mark Clark has those numbers coming up right ahead. Wait a minute, did you just find some sweets? What did you find over there?
Donuts.
So you got donuts over there. You know what goes great with donuts?
I don't know, maybe like a coffee break?
Coffee break. It's time for a coffee break. You notice she didn't bring me a donut. I'm just saying.
You're right. It's on the record. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
All right, 7:54, you know it. We're just 2 days away from Super Bowl 57, the ultimate matchup between Philadelphia Eagles, Kansas City Chiefs.
That's right. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is in the studio to see what people are Googling ahead of this year's Super Bowl.
That's right. According to Google Trends, 41% of the population is Googling the Kansas City Chiefs. 59% of the people are searching for the Philadelphia Eagles, the most searched team in the other 41 states. Now, with Rihanna performing the halftime show, her song Stay is the top searched song in 24 states. Now, here in Maryland, the most searched team is the Eagles, and the top searched Rihanna song is Work, 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 Work. Now, speaking of Rihanna, she says she's been hard working on her Super Bowl halftime performance. At the media preview, she said it'll be a jam-packed show, and the hardest part has been maximizing the 13 minutes she'll be on stage. Guys, you know, that is hard. I mean, she's had a ton of hits, and that's just 13 minutes. But actually, that seems like a long time.
But the thing that I'm excited about is the fact that she hasn't been performed in public in years.
Yeah.
I mean, she's been busy having a baby and, you know, doing her fashion stuff, which is great. But, man, to get her back on stage, like, I mean, I want to hear Please Don't Stop the Music. You know, I want to hear Umbrella because I'm a meteorologist. I mean, I don't know.
I could go for some work, too.
She's not known for her performances. I don't try to be a Debbie Downer. I'm just saying.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll find out.
She's not really a great performer.
You're not going to do this
13
for
minutes.
no
She said she tweaked all of her songs to try and get this perfect lineup for this Super Bowl halftime show. And everyone, you just assume somebody else is going to be appearing.
You know somebody's going to show up. There's always a special guest, whether it's, you know, Jay-Z that comes in for Umbrella.
Do you know something? You keep saying Jay-Z. Do you know something,
I'm
Justin?
just hinting at that because if I keep saying it, it's going to happen.
Mark, guys, what would happen if the surprise person is Chris Brown on Umbrella?
Oh, man.
That would be awkward.
Would that be bad or good?
That'd be bad.
That would not be good.
Okay. Nah, that would be good. I don't think so.
No?
I'm frozen.
All right.
No? Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mark. We'll be checking in a little bit later on. Speaking of Super Bowl, will it be wet if you're grilling outside come Sunday? Meteorologist Justin Chambers, the one that was just mouthing off that whole time, he's coming up next with the weather maker in our 8 o'clock hour to let you know about grilling, right? You have a grillcast coming up?
Possibly.
Ooh. Possibly a grillcast coming up. All right. Thank you.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
And good morning to you this Friday, February 10th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to have meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's actually coming over to join us right now, talking about the Super Bowl weekend forecast.
Yeah, you know what? And I think it's going to be a good one. I'm locked in for this. What's up?
Okay.
No?
Depends on how you define good, right?
Yeah, how do you
Today's
define
going to be good.
for is no rain.
Yeah. All right. Well, I know we've been busy this morning, but you can pay attention on my hit here.
She's been doing breaking news all morning.
I know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all good. Okay.
Yeah. We're going to have rain on Sunday.
All right,
yeah.
Justin.
So there you go. We are talking about temperatures, though, that are mild right now and continue to be mild. Overall, today is going to be fine, a bit breezy. And even tomorrow, while we're colder, we're still staying dry. Here's a look out there from our Towson camera. Mix of clouds and sun. Statewide, we're starting to get colder. 34 in Oakland, but still 47 in Cumberland. Most of us are hanging in the low to mid 50s in central Maryland. So maybe just a light jacket is all you'll need for this morning. And notice over the next couple of hours, temperatures kind of staying steady in those mid to upper 50s and close to 60 as we head toward the afternoon. Interesting enough is we've already had our high temp, which happened about 2 o'clock this morning when we were hanging out in the mid 60s. We'll talk about how much colder we get and when that rain is going to impact you on Super Bowl Sunday. That's coming up in a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and your drive times around the Baltimore region here. 18 minutes. It's about double what it normally takes you to go from 95 to 83. It just dropped a minute right there as we were speaking. Everyone's moving. Just the volume is the issue.
Happy to say that the individual wanted involved in the assault and the shooting, the wounding of 2 Baltimore County police officers is in custody where he belongs.
Now, we're following that breaking news this morning. A days-long counties-wide manhunt coming to an end.
You just heard Harford County Sheriff's Office, that was Sheriff Gaylor, saying the 24-year-old David Lithcom, you see right here, is now in custody.
No police officers or deputies were injured while making this arrest, and Lithcom was not injured as well.
Well, this morning we're bringing you live team coverage of what unfolded the last 24 to 48 hours.
That's right. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance is going to join us live from where David Lithcom got arrested by police.
We begin with Shannon Lilly. In fact, she's joining us from shock trauma this morning with the latest on how the detective who was shot multiple times by the alleged shooter here is doing. Shannon?
Well, just hours ago, Tom, Dr. Scalia stood outside of shock trauma here, saying that that detective, quote, will be with us for a while, meaning due to the extent of his injuries, he's going to need a lot of treatment here at shock trauma. And remember, this is the second Baltimore County officer to be treated here in just a short 36-hour span, both shot as a result of this investigation. Now, thankfully, that first officer has been treated and released, according to police. The detective shot overnight, though, remains here in stable condition, but on life support. So we want to get you straight to this video where you can see that medevac landing on the top of the hospital overnight. And just before this, around 9:20 last night, that is when Baltimore County Police tell us one of their detectives was shot multiple times along Warren Road during that manhunt of David Emery Linthicum, who is now in custody. Police also confirming to us that the detective's car was actually stolen by Linthicum during this encounter. Now, they say the detective shot was wearing a ballistic vest at the time, and he was rushed here to shock trauma, arriving around 10 p.m. Both Dr. Scalia and County Executive Johnny Olszewski speaking on that overnight. Listen.
He came in shocky. We have stabilized him, but he is on life support. He is going to need a significant amount of reconstruction. We are putting our plan together now.
I want to thank the quick and swift action of the officers to get the officer here. Our prayers are with him. I ask that not just all of Baltimore County, but anyone within earshot of my voice to lift up the officer in your prayers, surround him and his family.
And speaking of the family, we know that they have been notified, and they are right here at shock trauma, even now, or at least when this press conference happened overnight. We do know that the investigation is ongoing, but that suspect is now in custody. Reporting live from shock trauma, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Yeah, thank you, Shen. And as you just heard her saying, the suspect is in custody. So what happens next is the big question.
That's right. Now, Olivia Dance joins us live from the Fallston area where police finally captured Lithicum. Olivia, what are we learning now?
Yeah, well, Taylor and Tom, last time you saw us, we were over at the sheriff's headquarters where they were updating the media on what just happened here. But now we've moved to the Fallston Mall shopping center area. And this is much closer to where David Linthicum was actually taken into custody. You can see police are blocking off this area. And we actually just saw a forensic vehicle pull up here. But the 8-hour manhunt here in Harford County concluded successfully and peacefully this morning. Harford County sheriffs, as I said, updated the media moments ago. And they said that he didn't exactly surrender, but they used non-lethal devices to bring him into custody just before 6 this morning. Now, when they found him, he had ammunition, but not a rifle. They believe he did have a rifle at one point, though, so they're still looking for that, and that might be what they're doing here now. But they had eyes on the suspect near the Fallston Mall shopping center in a wooded area among rocks, so he was really trying to seclude himself from the drones and the helicopter that they had flying above. At some point, they said that they were able to establish some communication with Linthicum, and no officers or community members, thankfully, were injured during his arrest. But we know that he shot 2 officers in Baltimore County, the most recent shooting happening last night. Then Linthicum stole a police vehicle and drove to Harford County. At one point, the car got flat tires, and he was actually driving on the rims of that police vehicle. He then got out near the Fallston Mall shopping center here and went into the wooded area where he was then eventually arrested. Now, Linthicum is currently under medical review, but we're told that he seemed fine when he was arrested, and after that medical exam he will be transported to the Baltimore County Police custody. Those charges are pending, but again, this area around the Fallston Mall shopping center will remain closed for now, and also 3 Harford County schools will remain closed today. They announced those closures before Linthicum's arrest, but again, they are remaining closed for today. But for now, reporting live in Harford County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you for that update, Olivia. This all began Wednesday afternoon when the police were called to the home on Powers Avenue right in Cockeysville for what they say was a man in crisis. A family member escorting officers to that man. He began firing at the police. One officer was then injured. That officer has since been released from the hospital. Following the shooting, there was a barricade situation, and then Linthicum, the alleged suspect, ultimately slipped away.
Now, last night, residents in Cockeysville could hear flashbangs as police continue to search. Take a listen.
There was another one. That's the 3rd explosion.
Now, residents in that area also shared video with Fox 45 News where you can hear what sounds like police possibly making contact with Linthicum. Take a listen.
Now, you can hear in that video officers saying on the loudspeaker, "David, come out, we won't hurt you." According to police, though, after he shot the first officer, he stole a police car and drove to Harford County from the second detective when he shot.
Now, today marks 7 years since 2 Harford County Sheriff's deputies were killed in the line of duty. To mark the occasion, the office is holding a memorial blood drive at the American Legion Post 17 in Edgewood. Now, Senior Deputy Patrick Daly and Deputy First Class Mark Lodgson died while trying to find a wanted man. The death toll from the Turkey-Syria earthquake now more than 21,000. Just ahead, the rescue still underway this morning.
Our temperatures are going to go down, actually, over the next couple of hours. Definitely cooler than what we saw earlier this morning. We'll break down what we can expect for your Super Bowl weekend forecast coming up.
8:11, and from the live center this morning, hope is not yet extinguished in Syria. Rescuers still searching for miracles like the video you're watching right here. New emotional video capturing the moments this child was just pulled from the rubble, met by a cheering crowd. Take a listen to this. Just incredible. That was the sound of hope, but it's becoming more rare now as we enter day 4 since that massive quake hit. A bitter cold, winter conditions threatening survivors as a secondary disaster, making it very difficult to rescue operations and those survivors. Turkey's president calling this quake the disaster of a century. Death toll this morning now going above 21,000, and they have no place to put the bodies they're recovering, just piled up in cemeteries and at the morgues. Country's deadliest quake since 1939. That's the latest from our live center. And DPW is still struggling to fix its staffing shortage, the impacts it's having on the agency's ability to serve the city, and a new proposal aimed at trying to bring in more workers.
A second Baltimore County police officer treated here at shock trauma after being shot in that ongoing manhunt. Coming up, we're live with the latest on his condition.
All right, well, thank you for joining us here. 8:15 on this Friday morning, and if you stepped outside a little bit earlier, you may have thought, well, the roads are sweating, right? We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the change in weather, and that's what, I mean, 60s in February.
We were all driving in this morning, Tom. Yeah. It was dark, and I had some fog, and then I was like, did it rain last night? I had to check the radar. Like, no, it didn't rain. It was just really muggy. It was 65 degrees at 2 o'clock this morning with humidity. That's like a spring morning, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But it's not going to last. I mean, this weekend we're going to get back into reality.
Exactly. And you know what? I just did my Superman walk a little while ago outside. It is already definitely cooler. You're feeling that cool, I don't want to say summer breeze, but you're feeling that cooler breeze that is definitely coming in as we speak. So the colder air is on the way. Overall, though, we still have at least one more day with above average numbers. Even later today won't be that bad. It's just going to be colder into Saturday and Sunday for your Super Bowl weekend. So Mile 1 Auto Group, Cam, the clouds and the sun are out there as we speak. 56 is our temperature now in Towson, so we're almost 10 degrees cooler than where we were this morning. And notice that wind out of the northwest, about 13 to 20 miles an hour, already starting to pick up a bit. Here's a look at your HD radar. Again, not tracking any rain. That cold front continues to move off toward the east. Back behind that colder air going to start filtering in. So as you continue to rise and shine with us, maybe you're shifting into brunch mode, thinking about bloodies and mimosas. We're talking about mid to upper 50s over the next few hours, and the sun will be up until 5:38 this evening. Here's a look at your average high temps and the highs for today. Notice 45. As I mentioned, we've already seen the high temps, so this afternoon in the mid to upper 50s and even some lower 60s for Baltimore over to Dundalk. Perry Hall and White Marsh also in those mid 50s. Hartford and Cecil County, we're going to see those numbers in the mid to upper 50s as well for Northeast and Elkton, up into Rising Sun, 57 near Aberdeen and APG, and up and down the 95 corridor. Overall, we get at least one more day with above average temps for close to 60 in D.C., 58 in Philly. But look how much colder it is in Cumberland today in the upper 40s. So that blue right there in western PA and West Virginia, that's the colder air that we're going to get starting tomorrow. You can see that here on our temperature tracker. Numbers in the mid to upper 40s both Saturday and Sunday, so closer to average but still above average, and then right back into those above average temperatures next week. More 50s and even more 60s on the way for mid-February. About that snow, yeah, I don't think it's going to really happen. Here's a look at our future scan now. Taking you through the afternoon, mostly clear skies. Again, a few clouds hanging around there as well. Heading into tomorrow, overall a sunny day, but again, a bit breezy in the morning. Not tracking any precipitation. Just going to feel that colder air on Saturday afternoon. Rain starts rolling in. Some of the models want to bring it in Sunday morning. Most of the models are in agreement that it's going to be more of a Sunday afternoon into the evening situation. And it's mainly going to be those rain showers that we'll see because temperatures will just be too warm at the surface. Could see a few flakes fly in some of the higher elevations. Monday morning, clouds are hanging around, but it's all out of here by Monday afternoon. Just 4 days away from Valentine's Day. We're now 10 days out from President's Day, 30 days from right now. We spring forward. So coming up in about 4 weeks, that time starts to go ahead as we get back into daylight saving time. And we're 38 days from the spring equinox. Here's that 7-day forecast for you guys. We're talking about numbers that are going to stay in the above average category. We'll wake up in the 30s both Saturday and Sunday morning, but then warmer numbers heading toward Valentine's Day next week.
All right, thank you, Justin. 8:18 in developing now. Mayor Brandon Scott announcing $15 million in funding going to community groups to clean his city, while the Department of Public Works claims to be struggling to find employees and to enhance their aging equipment. Well, joining us now with official numbers from a recently filed Maryland Public Information Request, CEO of the watchdog group OpenTheBooks.com, Adam Andrzejewski. Adam, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, good morning, Tom.
Government keeps getting bigger, especially in Baltimore, yet the population of the city is shrinking drastically. This report is showing some alarming numbers here.
So here's what we found. Residents in the city of Baltimore, you're paying a lot more to the Department of Public Works, but you're receiving a lot less. We took a look at the payroll numbers over the course of the last decade, and here's what we found. That the headcount numbers over at the Department of Public Works are down slightly. But the overall cash compensation budget has exploded. Tom, stunning. It's gone from $84 million for 2,300 employees to $141 million with 15 fewer employees than a decade ago. So residents, you're paying a lot more, you're receiving a lot less. Obviously, trash pickup is once every 2 weeks now, and, you know, the brown water is national news.
It is. And we're also seeing, though, when you found that report, your study at OpenTheBooks.com, Adam, you actually broke down the pay scales, too. A lot more people are getting more than $100,000 that are not actually out there doing the labor.
Yeah, seriously. So the department's very top-heavy today versus 10 years ago. And so we took a look at the head counts of the directors. 10 years ago, there was 2 directors. Now there's 5. We took a look at the job title of manager within the Department of Public Works. And 10 years ago, there was 14 managers. Today, there's 29. And then we took a look at the officers in charge. There's 71 of those currently. And 10 years ago, there was 13. Now, Tom, you mentioned something very important. 10 years ago, there was 2 six-figure public employees at a threshold salary of $100,000 or more. And today, there's 128 six-figure employees over at the Department of Public Works.
Yeah, Adam, it is really alarming when you just kind of break down the numbers and then you say the numbers here and you're like, okay, well, the population's shrinking, yet this keeps getting more and more expensive. You think maybe inflation. But when you look at that, it's just everyone's moving up the ranks, but they're not filling the lower tiers here.
Well, yeah, it's top heavy. That's a driver of this massive and stunning increase in payroll cost. But we took a look at inflation as well. I used the federal CPI calculator. I inflated the $84 million worth of payroll. It's not $141 million like it is today. It would only get to $103 million. So you can't blame inflation for this. This has been a function of poor management and poor oversight by the city council. And another example is last year they paid out $24 million worth of extra pay, which was an average of $11,000 per employee in the department. And they're paying out this extra pay because they haven't properly staffed their agency. So average cash compensation over at DPW is $60,000 a year.
Adam Andrzejewski with OpenTheBooks.com. Thank you for breaking down those numbers for us.
Thank you, Tom.
Hey, it's Super Bowl week, and it's, hey, it's Super Bowl week. I'll tell you about it coming up, what people are talking about, what people are Googling coming up.
And we're here at Bell Nursery this morning where we're surrounded by orchids. We're going to learn more about these beautiful flowers and how you can take them home and care for them for Valentine's Day in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$8.25, yes, and if you're looking for some new ways to spice up your home, maybe home decor here, or give something for Valentine's. Well, Bell Nursery may have what you need this morning for our hometown hotspot. Somebody who's smiling from ear to ear. She is in her element. Amy Aronson hanging out at the greenhouses at Bell.
Yeah, it is beautiful here, Tom. If you still need something for your wife, maybe one of these orchids. Great idea for Valentine's Day. I'm here with Carol Jacobs, who is surrounded by flowers with me this morning. You've got some fun, different ideas, and these just look special and unique.
These are. All these beautiful varieties of in different colors of these Phalaenopsis orchids are available at our Home Depot, so it's a great way to pick up a quick gift. And what we were just talking about earlier, these just look special. They look wonderful. They last way longer than a cut flower. They're going to last 3-4 months.
That's awesome.
Then they will rebloom with proper care. But these are super easy to care for.
That's good to hear.
You and I were talking about that. They don't want to be in the bright window. They want some bright indirect sunlight. You want to water them. They're all going to come in some really pretty containers. You have choices like what I did. I put a mix of them in a basket. You could do that. But the easiest way to care for your orchids is you want to take them out of this container that has no drainage.
Out of the pretty pot.
You want to water, either run this underwater in the sink. Actually, you really would rather use distilled water or bottled water, or you could fill this up with water, let this sit in here, let it soak for a few minutes, take it out and let it drain. So the important thing is to let it drain.
Let it drain. Okay, good to know.
These are great plants to keep up in your bedroom because these plants photosynthesize in the evening. So they're going to take in those toxins and let out the oxygen while you're sleeping. So it really, it's, and you know what? Look at the colors. These are all natural colors.
So pretty.
Just look at the patterns on here. They're wonderful. So
they are so pretty.
If you have not gotten that gift yet,
this is
stop by, grab an orchid. They're super easy to care for. We have mini orchids up front here.
Yeah, little baby ones
Little baby ones,
so
which
cute.
are still phalaenopsis. We kind of call those the chihuahuas of the orchids.
I love that.
So they will stay small. They're not going to get big, and they're going to have smaller blooms.
Perfect. Well, if you want more information on any of this, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And coming up during the 9 o'clock hour, we're actually going to head over to the greenhouse here and give you a behind-the-scenes tour of what's growing in there.
All right,
Tom?
Amy, they're incredible. We still need to hold Carol accountable for that apple tree that had 4 different apples on 4 different branches. Whatever, I can't make sense of that. We'll have to check
It's still there. I know. So cool. That is so cool.
I still think it's 4 plants tied together, but okay, we'll figure it out. Thank you. Colder temperatures, though, will be coming our way here, but not right now. Look at this beautiful shot over Baltimore. Just ahead, what we can expect for your Super Bowl weekend.
After a multi-day in-county manhunt, David Linthicum is now in custody. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all of the breaking updates on his arrest. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Grab the morning, Joe, and join us this Friday, February 10th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
Tom Rogers, yes, it is feels amazing when you step outside this morning. May not last long, though.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a better idea of what we can expect. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Already feeling that cooler air that is moving in. That wind is picking up as well as we take you outside right now. One of our live cameras that we have posted for you so you can see what's going on before you make your way out the door. You can see the stadium's looking good overall. Some blue skies out there. We like to see that. But here's that wind. These are the wind gusts right now, about 17 to 24 miles an hour. And notice those arrows. It's a westerly wind, so it's bringing in the cooler air. We're already seeing that in western Maryland with temps in the 30s and 40s. Most of us are still hanging on to the 50s in central Maryland at this time for Westminster and Bel Air down through Baltimore City. So over the next couple of hours, temps kind of holding steady in those mid to upper 50s and close to 60 as we head toward the afternoon today. But yes, those numbers coming down only in the 40s tomorrow, and then on Sunday, mid to upper 40s, and we're tracking rain as well. We'll break that down a bit closer and in more detail in just a few.
I'm pleased to tell you that the suspect involved in everyone's news feed for the last 48 hours is in custody.
We're following breaking news this morning. A days-long, counties-wide manhunt coming to an end this morning.
Harford County Sheriff's Office saying this man you see here, 24-year-old David Lithicum, is now in custody.
Now, no police officers or deputies were injured while making this arrest, and Lithicum was not injured himself.
However, he is now accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County police officers. We're updating you on that this morning. We have live team coverage for you.
That's right. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly is going to join us live from the Shock Trauma Center with an update on the condition of the Baltimore County officer who was shot last night.
We want to begin with Olivia Dan. She's joining us live from Fallston Mall Shopping Center with details surrounding Lithicum's arrest and why they are still looking in the wooded area around that mall. Olivia.
Yeah, Taylor and Tom, this area is much closer to where David Lithicum was actually taken into custody. And I want to show you, they have this whole area around the Fallston Mall Shopping Center still blocked off. We also saw a forensic vehicle here. And if we can keep our shot up for just a few more seconds, I want to show you that police just pulled a rifle from that black truck that they're starting to tow. Now, that truck matches the description of the police vehicle that Lithicum stole. And police were also just taking photos of it. But the 8-hour manhunt here in Harford County concluded successfully and peacefully earlier this morning. Harford County sheriffs updated the media about 2 hours ago and said that he didn't exactly surrender, but they used non-lethal devices to bring him into custody at 5:43 this morning. Now, when they found him, he had ammunition, but not a rifle. Again, they did just pull a rifle from that truck, though. They believe he did have a rifle, though, at some point, and they had eyes on the suspect near the Fallston Mall Shopping Center, which is where we are right now, in a wooded area among rocks. They said that he was trying to seclude himself from the drones and helicopter.
Throughout the standoff, particularly as we were able to get a little closer to him, our deputies used multiple less lethal tactics to try to encourage him to surrender. As I said, he was hunkered down in the woods, and that made it difficult. But at a point in the closing hours, we were able to establish some communication with him.
Thankfully, no officers or community members were injured during the arrest, but we know he shot 2 officers in Baltimore County. The most recent shooting happening last night when Lithicum then stole a police vehicle and drove to Harford County. At one point, the car got flat tires and he was driving on the rims. That black truck that I just showed you has flat tires. He then got out near the Fallston Mall Shopping Center area and went into the wooded area, and that's where he was eventually arrested. Now, Lithicum is currently under medical review, but he seemed fine when he got arrested. And after that medical exam, he will be transported to the Baltimore County Police custody, and those charges are pending. But this area around the Fallston Mall Shopping Center will remain closed for now. And also 3 Harford County schools announced that they will be closed today before he got arrested, so they will still remain closed for the rest of the day. But for now, reporting live in Harford County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, as Olivia mentioned, Lithicum is accused of shooting a second Baltimore County officer just last night. That officer was taken to the Shock Trauma Center. He's on life support. This is footage of that helicopter arriving there early this morning. Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage for us this morning. She's live at the Shock Trauma Center. Shannon, what is the latest on this officer's condition?
Well, as you said, Taylor, Dr. Scalia says this detective is on life support, but thankfully he is in stable condition. But this is likely going to be a long road to recovery due to the extent of his injuries, which means he will likely remain here at shock trauma for some time, according to Dr. Scalia. In fact, we want to get you back to this video where you can see that medevac landing on top of the hospital. This was around 10 last night. And just before this, around 9:20, that is when Baltimore County Police tell us one of their detectives was shot multiple times along Warren Road. Now, that was all during the manhunt of David Emery Linthicum, who is now in custody. But during all this, police also confirmed to us that the detective's car, who is now in the hospital, it was actually stolen by Linthicum during this whole encounter. And they say the detective shot was wearing a ballistic vest at the time. He was rushed here to the hospital, where Dr. Scalia says he has multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and extremities. County Executive Johnny Olszewski, interim Baltimore County Police Chief Dennis Delp, and others were all outside of shock trauma overnight showing their support. Let's listen to that.
We see men and women who are still out there trying to apprehend a suspect who has wreaked way too much havoc in our communities. So I thank all of the brave men and women who are out there. This is indeed a very difficult profession. We know this is an ongoing situation outside of what's happening here, but we're here to show our support and love for our officer.
Now, Shannon, what do we know about that first Baltimore County officer who was shot on Wednesday night just before this pursuit into Fallston? How is he doing in this investigation?
So that is the good news, Taylor. He's doing well. He has been released from the hospital, treated and released, and so he is expected to be okay. But again, that officer and then the shooting last night, that marks 2 Baltimore County officers that were shot in just a 36-hour period due to this same investigation. And the detective that was shot last night, he again is in stable condition but on life support. So certainly a difficult time for the entire county and the police department especially. Reporting live from shock trauma, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Today marks 1 month since Squeegee Collaborative Plan took effect in Baltimore City. Just ahead, how many warnings police have issued to Squeegee kids in the past month.
And we're looking ahead to a mild day before some chilly temperatures head our way. Our weather authority team is letting us know what we can expect this weekend. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. 8:41 is your time. We're 19 in front of 9 o'clock. A really pretty sky right now. You can see just a few clouds kind of hanging around, looking from the top of the Transamerica building out over Baltimore City. Good morning to all of you. As you head out the door, yeah, you'll need at least a light jacket right now, but keep the sunglasses handy. No need for the umbrella, even though today is National Umbrella Day. The rain is not rolling in until we get to Super Bowl Sunday, which also could see umbrella if Rihanna does that song. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few. Taylor.
All right, turning now to a city in crisis. Today marks 1 month since that Squeegee collaborative plan took effect, and the first day that police will hand out citations. Now, this morning, we're hearing of another alarming incident involving a Squeegee kid and drivers. And now a couple who doesn't want to be identified tells Fox 45 News a Squeegee kid threatened them when they declined to having their windows washed.
Go to open the door and stand up. Tell him, sir, could you stop? You know, we don't want the service. Could you stop? He got really angry. I mean, very angry, and said, so it's going to be like that.
He was really, really angry. He was threatening my husband at that point, threatening him to get out of the car.
And then, according to the couple, the Squeegee kid gestured at them that he was armed.
He's got his hand in his pocket, sticking out and saying, get out now, get out now. And she's frantic.
I was thinking about Timothy Reynolds. I said, is this going to be a situation where we are actually shot? I didn't know whether we were going to be shot or killed.
He was gesturing as though he had a firearm. He put it in my face in the window.
The couple says that's when the light turned green. They sped off and called police. We reached out to police asking how many warnings they've issued to Squeegee kids in the past month. A spokesperson answered, saying 18 warnings have been given out for pedestrians walking and standing in roadways since January 10th. The man accused of shooting 2 Baltimore County police officers is in custody. In 20 minutes, Olivia Dance is going to join us live with the updates surrounding that manhunt and what they're finding at the scene. And a live look now at the Shock Trauma Center, where one of those officers was admitted. He's on life support. Shannon Lilly's going to give us the latest details on his condition in about 20 minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. right, we're going to celebrate Riverdance as we've never done before. Their 25th anniversary tour coming right here to Baltimore. We've got General Manager Mr. Chris Heckhock with the Baltimore Lyric, and then we've also got our dancers here, and you guys are going to give us a little bit of idea of what we can expect coming out this weekend. All right, Matthew, as well as
Amy May.
Amy May. All right, so just give us a little bit of idea of what we're seeing with Riverdance.
Okay, 5,
what we can
6,
expect.
7. Keep going.
That's impressive. That's impressive. Okay, so if that's not enough to get you out there, let's talk about the tour. So what can folks expect if they come to Riverdance at the Lyric?
Well, listen, the Lyric is presenting world-class entertainment.
Right.
Throughout the year. We're just thrilled to be able to have the 25th anniversary of Riverdance. Great performers. This is an opportunity for us to take advantage of a landmark venue in Baltimore City, and we're doing events like Riverdance that's world-class entertainment throughout the year. So keep an eye on us. But this is a dynamic performance. Amy and Matt know it better than I do. I can speak to it more fluently, but it's just world-class entertainment in Baltimore.
Wow. So celebrating 25 years, that's a long time. What makes this year special, this tour special?
Listen.
How about you guys? Tell us and show us.
Well, Riverdance is sensational. It has been since 28 years ago. We just celebrated our birthday.
Yeah.
But this 25th anniversary production of Riverdance is the show reimagined.
Yeah.
It's got new lighting, innovative designs across the board, visuals, new costumes, and the Grammy Award-winning music has been re-recorded by Bill Whelan, and the music is sensational.
Okay, so how long are you guys going to be here? Because I want to see if I can get some time to go.
Until the 12th.
Yeah.
Until the 12th. And can you guys just, I know we saw a little bit, but give us more of a taste of what we can expect from Riverdance. Just show us another routine or so.
Okay. Treble in a B6,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, and...
Wow. We're going to leave it right there. And maybe Justin, meteorologist Justin Chambers, can tap dance his way into the weather weekend. But thank you guys so much. That was really, really
Thanks so much. Thank you.
It's like you have to do the thing and the...
Very good.
No, I don't even want to try. Chandler from Friends would not want to go to the show because Chandler is scared of the Riverdance folks. Thank you guys for being here. That was awesome. That was really cool to see, too. Good morning to all of you. Happy Friday. It is a Friday, our Super Bowl weekend right around the corner. Super Bowl 57 right here on Fox 45 on Sunday. Our Towson cam right now, we do have lots of sun that is out there at this time. And overall, we're going to keep mainly sunny conditions. Temperatures right now in the mid-50s. That's your current temp in Towson. That wind is already picking up out of the northwest, about 13 to 15 miles an hour. It's behind this cold front that is pushing off toward the east. So wind starting to increase. In fact, you can see some of those wind gusts. Look at that. We're picking up a 31-mile-an-hour wind gust in Gaithersburg, 24 in Annapolis, so Bay Bridge and Key Bridge. Just watch for that if you're going to be heading out over the next couple of hours with those wind speeds that will continue to increase. And this means for you golfers, at least a one-club win today. Good news is we have another day with above-average temperatures, even though it will be cooler than where we ended up yesterday afternoon. Still looking for numbers this afternoon, right about 60 degrees, so sunny and cooler than what we saw yesterday. The sun will be up until 5:38 this evening, definitely getting those longer daylight hours. And you can see the average typically in the mid-40s. We actually already hit our high temp at about 2 o'clock this morning when we hit 65 degrees. Meanwhile, 50s and lower 60s is what we're going to see later this afternoon across central Maryland. Now, notice on our temperature tracker, those numbers are going to start going down. Saturday and Sunday, a lot closer to average for this time of year. Then those numbers are going to pop back up. We'll see temperatures in the mid to upper 50s and lower 60s once again next week. Here's our future scan. Staying dry today. Also dry tomorrow, even though it will be colder. The wind sticks with us through Saturday morning, but by tomorrow afternoon, that wind should die down. And then we get our next weather maker. That's going to be the rain that's coming in by the time we get to midday Sunday and into Sunday afternoon and evening. I know, want to be hanging out outside, grilling with your friends, maybe doing that flip cup or whatever you got, or what's it called? The bags game, right? Cornhole. If you want to do that, just know it's going to be a little bit breezy as we head into your Sunday afternoon, and as well as a bit rainy for Super Bowl Sunday here at home. Meanwhile, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday looking real nice with temperatures that will continue to climb next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This looks really cool. If you look closely, that's actually the snow geese migration. So yeah, those are a bunch of birds that are flying around, maybe heading south for the winter, or maybe they're coming back. I don't know. You can't tell with this weather. Thanks, Bob, for posting that. that picture. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or you can take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
All right, Super Bowl 57 is in full gear. It's going on this weekend.
It is. Be our lifestyle host, Mark Clark, in studio to see who people across the country are going to be rooting for. Mark, good morning to you, sir.
That's right. Good morning. More states are rooting for the Philadelphia Eagles this year than the Kansas City Chiefs. That's according to a map compiled by analysts with Bet Online using Twitter data such as hashtags Chiefs Kingdom and Fly Eagles Fly. 28 states rooting for the Eagles and 22 rooting for the Chiefs. Here in Maryland, people are rooting for the Eagles. Okay, guys, listen, it's it. What's the prediction? I'm picking the Eagles 23-17.
All right, I like that score, Mark. I'm thinking more like I'm thinking Eagles like 31, Chiefs 26, like a random number.
And the Queen.
I'm
saying the Queen.
Yeah, Queen.
Rihanna.
You can't. You can cheer for Rihanna, but I mean, you got to pick a team. Eagles or Chiefs.
Okay, I'm going to go with Eagles, and I'm going to say it's going to be a 29-17. The Chiefs are going to fall apart in the fourth quarter.
If we had her in the squares game, Mark, and she'd have a 9 and a 7, she would win. So that's good.
Right, but let me tell you something. She wins for those boots. Have you guys seen those boots today?
Oh yeah, they're made for walking.
That's right.
All
Thanks,
right.
guys.
All right. And just ahead, find out who Patrice and Tom are rooting for in today's pigskin predictions.
I'm part of that
Justin too. But hey, man, it's all good.
We're here at Bell Nursery, and we're actually in the greenhouse now. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, we'll give you a behind-the-scenes tour here and show you what they're growing for the spring season. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
And it is time for a coffee break.
I'm here too.
Justin wants to let you know his
break.
pigskin prediction is going to win. But
right.
Coffee break first. We're back with a recall alert for you. Purina is voluntarily recalling some of its prescription dog food because of potentially elevated levels of vitamin D. The recall includes the Pro Plan Veterinary Diet's Elemental prescription dry food. Purina received 2 reports of dogs with signs of vitamin C toxicity after eating the food. Once they stopped, the dogs recovered. Another big corporation announcing big layoffs. Yahoo says it's cutting 20% of its workforce. That's about 1,600 employees. The company blames shrinking ad sales for the cuts, and this comes a day after Disney said it was slashing 7,000 jobs. And PepsiCo's quarterly earnings and revenue beating out analysts' expectations, fueled by higher prices for its snacks and drinks. It raked in $28 billion in revenue in the fourth quarter. Despite the boost, though, in revenue, the increased cost in its products hurt demand. Living with diabetes can come with some daily complications like leg pain. Genevieve Gorder is here with a special deal that could make a difference for you or a family member.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Hey everybody, did you know that 1 in 10 Americans have diabetes? It's a big number, and living with diabetes can be really difficult. And one of the most common complications is foot problems and even nerve damage called neuropathy. But it doesn't have to mean that you wear those typical plain white diabetic socks. Dr. Siegel's is changing that, and that's what I'm going to show you today. These are diabetic socks. They're colorful, they're fun, they're stylish, and a surgeon started this brand. He wanted his patients to care for their feet correctly and feel confident. So they created great looking socks to meet health requirements for diabetic and neuropathy patients. In fact, people who have other foot issues also just simply love these socks. So I want to show you these stretchy, non-binding top bands, which is fantastic, and extra padding on the entire bottom of the sock for extra comfort and protection. They keep your feet dry and healthy to prevent all those skin issues as well. These socks promote healthy and comfortable foot care. Maybe you're just on your feet all day, or you just love super comfy socks. Here you go. So we partnered with Dr. Siegel Socks to bring you an exclusive offer that you're not going to get anywhere else. We're offering up to 32% off today, you guys. The more you buy, the more you save. Take advantage of this deal at asadeals.com.
After a multi-day and county manhunt, David Linthicum is now in custody. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all of the breaking updates on his arrest.
A second Baltimore County police officer treated here at shock trauma after being shot in that ongoing manhunt. Coming up, we are live with the very latest on his condition.
Temps have been, well, let's just say mild, even warm, muggy to kick off your Friday morning. We're going to break down what we can expect for Super Bowl weekend right here on Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Just about 9 o'clock on this Friday, February 10th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Now let's get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our Super Bowl weekend forecast.
Yeah, we are going to see cooler temperatures, guys, for the weekend. Already starting to see some of that cooler air come in. We were all talking this morning how muggy it was.
Right.
The ground looked like it was kind of sweaty. We had
moist.
Yeah, moist is a good word. Some people hate that word.
I don't like that.
Yeah, a lot of people, it's an interesting word there. So, all right, our live cam right now over downtown Baltimore. Lots of blue skies out there. The stuff I'm going to be grilling later hopefully will be nice and juicy. Here's a look at your right now temperatures. Low to mid-50s, Westminster, Cockeysville, and Bel Air. 53 Chestertown, mid-50s for Stevensville and Annapolis. Remember, we were in the 60s earlier this morning, so if you're just getting up now, notice that these numbers are going to continue to be in those mid to upper 50s and close to 60 for this afternoon. Wind's going to pick up. It's already starting to. We'll take a closer look at that and what we can expect for that colder weekend coming up.
Well, let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. Everyone's moving along just fine. Volumes have really calmed down for your morning commutes here.
We're following the breaking news this morning out of Harford County, where a days-long counties-wide manhunt came to an end this morning.
Yeah, it ended in Harford County, and the sheriff's office says 24-year-old David Linthicum, you see right there, is now in custody.
Now, no officers were injured while making the arrest, and Linthicum was not injured.
And 2 officers were allegedly shot by him, and this morning we're bringing you live team coverage. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us from Shock Trauma with an update on the condition of a Baltimore detective who was shot allegedly by Linthicum multiple times.
That's right. Now, first, though, we want to start with Olivia Dance. She's live from the Fallston Mall Shopping Center with the details surrounding this arrest. That's where he was found, Olivia, right?
Yeah, Taylor, Tom, this area near the shopping center is close to where Linthicum was actually found. But I want to show you over here behind us is a wooded area. And this is actually somewhere in these woods is where he was actually taken into custody. Police were just in this area blocking it off, but they actually just a few moments ago removed the police tape and left. But this 8-hour manhunt here in Harford County concluded successfully and peacefully earlier this morning. Harford County sheriffs updated the media earlier this morning and said that he didn't exactly surrender, but they used non-lethal devices to bring him into custody at 5:43 this morning. Now, when they found him, he had ammunition, but not a rifle. They believe he did have a rifle at one point, though. But before police left this shopping center, we saw them pull a rifle out of a vehicle that was here. And leading up to the arrest, they had eyes on Linthicum near the Fallston Mall Shopping Center in a wooded area among rocks. As I mentioned, he was trying to seclude himself, though, in those rocks from the drones and helicopter flying above.
Throughout the standoff, particularly as we were able to get a little closer to him, our deputies used multiple less lethal tactics to try to encourage him to surrender. As I said, he was hunkered down in the woods, and that made it difficult. But at a point in the closing hours, we were able to establish some communication with him.
Thankfully, no officers or community members were injured during the arrest, but we know he shot 2 officers in Baltimore County. The most recent shooting happening last night. Then Linthicum stole a police vehicle and drove it here to Harford County. At one point, the car got flat tires and he was driving on the rims of that vehicle. He then got out here near the Fallston Mall Shopping Center and went into the wooded area where he was then eventually arrested. Linthicum is currently under medical review, but we're told he seemed fine when he was taken into custody. And after that medical exam, he will be transported to Baltimore County Police custody, and those charges are still pending. But this area, again, was closed earlier. It does appear to be open now. But before his arrest, 3 Harford County schools announced that they will be closed. Even after his arrest, they will remain closed today. For now, reporting live in Harford County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Now, as Olivia mentioned, Linthicum shot a second Baltimore County officer allegedly, and that officer was taken to the Shock Trauma Center. He's on life support. Now, this is footage of that helicopter arriving.
Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage. She's been in front of Shock Trauma all morning long, has the latest on the officer's condition. Shannon.
Yeah, just hours ago, Tom, Dr. Scalia stood outside of Shock Trauma here saying that the detective will likely be with us for a while, meaning that the detective will likely need a lot of treatment here at Shock Trauma, and so will be here for some time. And remember, this is now the second Baltimore County officer to be treated here at Shock Trauma in just a short 36-hour span. Both were shot as a result of this investigation. Now, thankfully, the first officer has been treated and released, according to police, but that the detective shot overnight, though, he remains here and he is in stable condition but on life support. So let's get you back to that video where you can see the medevac landing on top of the hospital overnight. And just before this, around 9:20 last night, that is when Baltimore County Police tell us one of their detectives, that detective was shot multiple times along Warren Road during the manhunt of David Emery Linthicum, who is now in custody. Police also confirming to us that the detective's car was stolen by Linthicum during this very encounter. And they do say that that officer shot was wearing a ballistic vest at the time. He was rushed here to Shock Trauma, arriving around 10 p.m. Both Dr. Scalia and County Executive Johnny Olszewski speaking on that overnight. Let's listen to that.
He came in shocky. We have stabilized him, but he is on life support. He is going to need a significant amount of reconstruction. We are putting our plan together now.
I want to thank the quick and swift action of the officers to get the officer here. Our prayers are with him. I ask that not just all of Baltimore County, but anyone within earshot of my voice to lift up the officer in your prayers, surround him and his family.
And speaking of that family, police say they have been notified and that they are here at Shock Trauma with that detective. Again, this investigation is ongoing, but that suspect is now in custody. Reporting live from Shock Trauma, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to give you a recap. You're just joining us about what happened. This all began Wednesday afternoon when police in Baltimore County were called to a home on Powers Avenue in Cockeysville for a man who they say was in crisis. A family member escorting the officers to that man. He then started firing at officers. One officer was injured. That officer has since been released from the hospital following the shooting. There was a barricade situation, and the suspect ultimately was able to slip away.
Now, last night, residents in the Cockeysville area could hear flashbangs as police continued their search. Take a listen.
There was another one. That's the third explosion.
Now, residents in the area are also sharing video with Fox 45 News, and in it, you can hear what sounds like police trying to make contact with Lithicum. Take a listen.
Now, in that, you might not have been able to make that out, but what you could hear in the video, officers saying over a loudspeaker, "David, come out, we won't hurt you." And according to police, after he shot the officer last night, he then stole his vehicle. We know this morning, we saw video of it. It's a black pickup truck and drove to Harford County. Again, there's a shelter was put in place earlier in effect for the residents there, and that shut down schools. But then they lifted that shelter in place when they announced at 6 o'clock that he was arrested. And those schools, though, were already shut down. So there's some area schools that are still shut down this morning. Turning now to a city in crisis, stunning report from Project Baltimore is revealing the situation in some Baltimore City public schools, and they're saying it is dire.
That's right. It shows 23 city schools have 0 students who tested proficient in state math exams.
2,000 students in total took the math test at these schools that are listed behind us. Not one student was able to pass math at grade level. Fox 45 News has been demanding answers from city and school leaders. The school system refusing an interview, only responding with a statement explaining the steps in taking to improve math scores.
Now, Fox 45 News sent questions to Mayor Brandon Scott about the 23 schools without students performing proficiently in math. We asked, do you believe a change in school leadership is necessary in Baltimore? And if not, why not? We also asked, how do you defend these results? The mayor and his team have not responded to these questions.
Political analyst John Dede says that elected leaders should not brush these problems off because having a community filled with education concerns and math problems could add up to bigger issues for Baltimore as a whole.
Companies aren't going to come to your state or your region to work. They don't want to hire stupid people. They don't want to hire people that aren't proficient in math.
The mayor is not the only elected official ignoring the achievement gap.
My colleague sent an email about the 23 schools in the city who have 0 students who are proficient in math.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not talking to any Sinclair affiliate. That's the end of that.
You don't have any concerns about these failing schools?
No, I don't have any interest in talking to anybody from any Sinclair broadcast group affiliate.
Why is that?
I'm not going to talk about it.
Yeah, no surprise there. Baltimore City Councilman Ryan Dorsey ultimately refusing to speak with the news, Fox 45 News only, about these math scores or respond to our emails with questions. If you have any concerns, though, about education that you want your local representatives, the one that you voted for, or even the ones in Annapolis to address, you can scan that QR code you see right there on your screen. It will take you directly to our website, which lists their official email and phone numbers. And this brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust Dr. Sonia Santelises to lead Baltimore City Public Schools? As you see on the bottom there, so far, 96% of those who have responded say no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Project Baltimore tab.
An update this morning surrounding the deadly crash along North Wolf Avenues in Baltimore. Investigators say 33-year-old Sean Lee Brunson was driving a stolen car, trying to get away from police when he crashed into another car, sending both vehicles into a building that collapsed. As a result, a pedestrian, 54-year-old Alfred Fincher, was killed.
Police say all 5 occupants of these 2 vehicles have been released from the hospital. Investigators say it began when officers spotted a stolen car not far from this location and attempted to stop it. Take a listen to the dispatch audio from responding officers.
It's this vehicle right in front of me. See if you can pin it in. Pin it in.
All right, it's taking off in the alley. It looks like, I don't know if it's going to be able to get out of here. Just let it go, guys. It's westbound on Sinclair. It's traveling at a high rate of speed. It looks like it's going to go southbound on Wolf and come out north ave. Yeah, just hit a car, collapsed building. Building just fell on it, north on Wolf. Get some units, start a couple medics. Hit a civilian vehicle. The building collapsed on it, on both vehicles. Start a couple medics.
Now, Brenton faces auto theft charges, and more are pending, according to police. They say that car was stolen on Tuesday. Taking a live look from Harford County, where the suspect accused of shooting 2 officers is in custody. This was the final scene they're investigating here. We'll have the update in our next half hour from Olivia Dance. Plus, a live look from the Shock Trauma Center where Shannon Lilly is. She's going to join us in 20 minutes for an update on the officer who was shot overnight, currently on life support. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. The House of Representatives unanimously voted to condemn China's actions in regard to that spy balloon that was shot down off the coast of South Carolina.
This morning, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, Congress had some other requests, too. What can you tell us about them?
Well, Tom, Congress wants to stay on top of this. Lawmakers are now asking for regular updated briefings on the investigation into China's spy program and an explanation for why the Pentagon and Biden administration delayed any response to this balloon. The Pentagon says the U.S. was aware of the balloon before it even entered Alaskan airspace, so they want to know why it was allowed to travel across the entire country before the military shot it down. The State Department has confirmed the surveillance aircraft had technology capable of monitoring U.S. communications. These findings come as naval crews continue gathering debris out in the Atlantic Ocean, sending material to an FBI lab in Virginia for analysis. Now, in a heavily divided and partisan Congress, the resolution on addressing Chinese aggression offered a rare moment of unity across the aisle.
Now, Kayla, in response to this balloon incident, the U.S. is now also weighing tough measures to limit China's access to Western technology that China needs to advance its military and economy. Now, what can you tell us about that?
Well, Taylor, this would be a way to punish China, and it would certainly add fuel to the fire right now between the two countries. The newly formed House Select Committee on U.S.-China Relations is expected to push for the U.S. to impose strict measures against China to slow the country's ability to advance. Congress has also taken a harder stance against China right now, and experts say that this will pressure the White House to take a harder stance on China as well. The Biden administration is looking to ban 6 Chinese companies that have connections to the spy balloon program from doing business with the United States. These 6 firms would be added to a long and growing list of Chinese companies and entities that are blacklisted blacklisted in recent years by the U.S. for threatening national security. China maintains the balloon was still used for weather research and that the U.S. is overreacting, although the U.S. doesn't seem to be buying that answer. Taylor, Tom, back to you.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
All right, temperatures looking to cool down for your weekend.
Yeah, definitely not today, though. It's nice and warm and humid, basically, outside for February 10th. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the full Weather Authority forecast and Super Bowl Sunday.
It was, Tom. It is not muggy anymore. You need to get outside. You haven't been outside.
No, it's been a couple hours.
Muggy. Okay.
It's been a couple hours, yeah. Definitely,
muggy in here.
Definitely cool. Yeah, we'll head outside. You know what? I fired up the grill. We're going to get things going for your Super Bowl parties and all the great things. I'll put it online so you can see exactly what the heck I'm grilling, and maybe you can have a successful grill out with your friends and family. Now, we do have to track some rain that's going to be taking place on Super Bowl Sunday, so maybe doing some pre-grilling to get everything and have it all ready to go. 56 your temp right now. We're back to about 60 later this afternoon. Temperatures slightly cooler, definitely breezy as we head toward the afternoon, and then we are tracking that colder weekend, so numbers are going to be a lot closer to average. This is all behind that cold front that is going to be moving through the area. So that's why that wind is picking up now and kind of drying things out from the mugginess that we encountered earlier this morning. 20 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts. We're already seeing that. Look at that. 36 mile an hour wind gusts just picked up in Baltimore City. So that's a strong westerly wind, again, coming on the heels of that front. 34 your temp in Oakland, 45 in Cumberland. We're already seeing some cooler temperatures in western Maryland. Eventually, most of us here across central Maryland will keep the 50s around, but we'll feel that colder air, especially by tomorrow. There's Hank the Bird right there. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, thanks. Excited for your bird is the word, Cats. I think he's an Eagles fan. Not sure. We're seeing those numbers in the upper 50s and lower 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. And overall, across Carroll and Baltimore counties, those numbers staying mainly in the mid to upper 50s and lower 60s for your Friday. Numbers down for Howard and Anne Arundel counties, also in the mid to upper 50s for your afternoon today. And Hartford and Cecil counties keeping those mid to upper 50s going again with the breezy conditions, but mostly sunny skies. Now, the temperature tracker, these numbers closer to average in the Saturday and Sunday, but actually still stay slightly above the average numbers. And then we're going to warm right back up next week. We're talking mid to upper 50s and lower 60s heading toward next Wednesday and Thursday. This is our future scan. Drying out nicely here for today. Tomorrow, even though we have that wind, we'll still see those temperatures on the cool side. What, you want to come and say hi to me on the weather wall before you even come on TV? Yeah. What is this, Miss? Is this the actual?
It is Lunell.
Oh my gosh!
It's gotta be warm and sunny in my pants. Okay.
Whoa. So anyway, there's a 7-day forecast. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Can see more from Lunell in just a few minutes with Tom or whoever's doing it, because I'm going outside. I'll see y'all.
All right, let's take a quick look at your Len Stoller Traffic Network. Yes, and deep tease right there. Coming up a little bit later on here in a couple minutes. Taking a look at your drive times. Just a little slight slowdown from 95 to 83. Typically a 9-minute commute is just 11 minutes. Everyone's moving along just fine. Plant a smile on your face. Well, for a loved one's face this Valentine's Day, still ahead the alternative gift to cut flowers that can surprise your special someone.
Plus, if you haven't made your Valentine's Day plans yet, well, it's never a bad time for a laugh if you haven't had one already. Comedic genius joining us later to talk about the upcoming show this weekend here in Charm City. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
You big handsome.
You can catch the original Bad Girl of Comedy. Bad Girl? Are you Bad Girl of Comedy?
Well, I don't know.
Frisky
you tell
Girl,
me.
maybe, of comedy at Baltimore Comedy Factory this weekend.
Yeah. At
Joining
the
us-
Baltimore Comedy.
We need to say
We
who
have
you
to
are.
introduce you.
Oh, yeah. Hi, everybody. My name is Lunell, and I am the headliner this weekend at the Baltimore Comedy Factory. We had a banging show last night.
Yes.
And we have 2 tonight and 2 on Saturday. And I'm sure they're going to sell out, especially after this. And so hurry up and get your tickets, because it's going to be a gut buster.
Man, you've got this ready
Yeah.
to go. I mean, we don't even need to be here right now.
That's
All
right. So
and
anyway, everybody, check me out.
I want to know. So you have a residency in Vegas right
Yes.
now, and so you really are bringing it with the comedy on the stage. What are some things we can expect to see? Some freshness from you
Tonight?
Tonight here in Baltimore.
Well, I have lots of new material since the last time I was here, because if I did not, that would make me a hack, and who wants to be that? And I have definitely a couples therapy section.
Yes, okay.
And, you know, just, my comedy is for everybody.
Yeah.
Not just for black people, it's not just for straight people, it's none of that. My comedy talks about things that are prevalent to everybody. Weight and kids and romance and
Arguments?
Food and arguments.
Makeups?
Yes. And makeups as well. Are you leading me, baby? What are you trying to do, baby?
Oh my goodness.
That's all right. I've been there before.
Okay. Wait. So we're heading into Valentine's Day. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, there's love in the air.
There's love in the air. What do you love about coming to Baltimore?
Well, I always get a really good reception here.
Yeah.
I always get a really good response here, and that makes me feel good. You know, nobody wants to play to an empty house, so I just love coming back here. I've got friends that I've made over the years here, and so they treat me right.
Super Bowl weekend, you've got the shades. You actually have red, Kansas City red up top, Philadelphia Eagles green down
You know,
below.
I'm not biased. I don't care.
That's good.
Well,
you play both sides.
Well, I play the Rihanna side. It's really the Rihanna.
Sorry.
It's really the Rihanna concert with a little football thrown in, if you ask me.
All right.
We're very excited to see what the halftime's going to be about. Always love the Super Bowl commercials.
Yes.
Love those.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see those. Hope to be in one myself one day. And then, you know, good luck to both the teams. You know, I have a brother in Kansas City. And I got some friends in Philadelphia from the radio
Brother in
station.
Kansas City, lovers in Philly. I got you. I understand that.
You know
And a
how
whole
it
community
is.
in Baltimore is going to come out and see you tonight.
I hope so. Are you going to be able to come see me, baby?
I don't think, you know.
I know you coming.
I'm coming for sure.
I know you coming.
I'm coming for sure, but.
No, I want Big
This is a
Daddy.
good Christian
What is that,
married man. You better
a
leave
wedding
him
ring
alone.
on your
This is a wedding
finger?
ring, yeah.
Oh, that don't mean nothing.
Won't allow it. Won't allow
Hi,
it.
Mrs. Newscaster Lady.
Won't allow
it. No, you should bring your old lady to come see me.
All right, yeah, we can. Make it a date
Can you
weekend.
make it? Listen,
Make
a
it
date night
weekend.
for sure. First of all, I think that a comedy club is a great first date.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, oh yeah.
A great first date. You don't have to go to the movies in the dark.
Right.
You don't have to try to make small talk over dinner.
Yeah.
You come to a comedy club, you can immediately find out whether the person you're dating has a good sense of humor or not. Because if there's no good sense of humor, to me, that's no bueno.
Yeah.
No
like, we're
bueno.
done. Yeah.
We gotta go.
Yeah.
Lunell, obviously a Baltimore Comedy Factory, giving advice, love advice, no matter who you are, right?
I need
No
it.
matter who you are.
Super Bowl weekend right there. I know, I brought the
Pew, pew.
college ball, but I'll try and get the regular.
Why did y'all have all them pictures of me pulled up?
We gotta
Y'all
go.
broke into my Instagram. I see that. Y'all broke. Now, don't
We
scroll
gotta
too
go.
far.
We gotta go.
You
She's
don't wanna
getting
go out
she's
now?
getting feisty. You gotta kill the mic.
You know what? Go down to
927.
them OnlyFans pictures I got on
Okay.
there.
There we go.
Subscriber-only content. We're not doing it. It's too early. But it's not
Never.
going to be too early for you guys to hit her up this weekend
Yes.
at the Baltimore Comedy Factory.
Right.
Gonna love it. Gonna see you now.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. And you want to catch it?
Yeah.
We're going to toss right to break.
Okay,
Yeah.
my God.
I
let's
tried
talk.
tossing break a couple times now.
Bam.
Thank you.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
I'm just going to look at you, Tom.
9:30 on a Friday morning, February 10th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's begin with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our Friday forecast.
Well, I was out grilling. Did you guys get Lunell too?
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
we did.
Figured. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's a verb.
Yeah.
Good morning to all of you. Good morning, everybody. Hopefully enjoying your Friday and getting set for Super Bowl weekend. Overall, not too bad. Definitely not as muggy as it was earlier this morning. And we are seeing the breezes pick up as well. In fact, some of those wind gusts anywhere from 25 to 36 miles an hour, mainly from the west at this time. That's bringing in that cooler air. Now, out and about cast overall, mid to upper 50s over the next couple of hours is what we're looking for. Temperatures today are going to get close to 60 this afternoon, even though we've already had our high temps earlier this morning. We're only going to be about upper 40s for tomorrow, 49, and then Sunday at 47 with the potential for a few of those showers by the time we get into Super Bowl Sunday evening. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Time was on our side. We had eyes on the suspect. We had him pinned down. He was hunkered down. Where he was in a very wooded area amongst a lot of large boulders and rocks, trying to seclude himself. He was unable to seclude himself from the helicopter from Baltimore County and the drones from our here at the Sheriff's Office and those of our allied agencies.
We want to get back to the breaking news out of Harford County. Now, that shelter in place has since been lifted. We've got live team coverage this morning.
Yeah, in just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us from Shock Trauma with the latest update on the condition of the Baltimore County detective who was shot multiple times last night.
But let's start off here with Olivia Dance. She's live from the Fallston Mall Shopping Center where that scene was taking place. We just saw investigators leave. Olivia, what's the latest?
Yeah, Taylor and Tom, so this shopping center is close to where David Linthicum was actually taken into custody. Now, they found him somewhere in these woods behind the shopping center. And just as Taylor mentioned, about 30 minutes ago, police were here actually blocking off this area. But they removed the police tape and we saw them leave. Again, that was about 30 minutes ago. But the 8-hour manhunt here in Harford County concluded successfully and peacefully earlier this morning. Harford County sheriffs updated the media earlier and said that he didn't exactly surrender, but they used non-lethal devices to bring him into custody at approximately 5:43 this morning. Now, when they found him, he had ammunition, but not a rifle. They believe he did have a rifle at one point, though. And before police actually left this shopping center, we saw them pull a potential rifle from a vehicle. Now, leading up to their arrest, they had eyes on Linthicum near the Fallston Mall Shopping Center in a wooded area among rocks. Now, he was trying to seclude himself from the drones and helicopter flying above.
Throughout the standoff, particularly as we were able to get a little closer to him, our deputies used multiple less lethal tactics to try to encourage him to surrender. As I said, he was hunkered down in the woods, and that made it difficult, but at a point in the closing hours, we were able to establish some communication with him.
Thankfully, no officers or community members were injured during the arrest, but we know he shot 2 officers in Baltimore County, the most recent shooting happening last night. Then Linthicum stole a police vehicle and drove to Harford County. At one point, the car got flat tires, and he was actually driving on the rims of that police vehicle. He then got out here near Fallston Mall Shopping Center and went into this wooded area where he was eventually arrested. Now, Linthicum is currently under medical review, but we're told that he seemed fine when he was taken into custody. Now, after that medical exam, he will be transported to Baltimore County Police custody, and those charges are still pending. But again, this area around the shopping center was closed, but it does look like it is back open now. But before his arrest this morning, 3 Harford County schools announced that they will be closed. Even after his arrest, they will remain closed for the rest of the day. But for now, reporting live in Harford County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Now, as Olivia mentioned, Linthicum shot a second Baltimore County police officer. He was taken to the shock trauma center. He's on life support. This is footage of that helicopter arriving. We've got Shannon Lilly there to continue our team coverage this morning. Shannon, the latest on that officer's condition. Can you tell us anything new?
Yeah, as you said, Taylor, Dr. Scalia says that he is on life support right now. Now, thankfully, though, he is in stable condition. But this is just the beginning of a long road ahead, according to Dr. Scalia. He says he'll likely be here getting treatment at shock trauma for some time. In fact, we want to get over to this video again where you can see the medevac landing on top of the hospital. This was around 10 last night. And just before this, around 9:20, that's when Baltimore County Police tell us one of their detectives was shot multiple times along Warren Road during that manhunt of David Emery Linthicum, who is now in custody. Police also confirming to us that the detective's car, who is now injured and in the hospital, well, his car was stolen by Linthicum during this entire encounter. And they say the officer shot last night. He was wearing a ballistic vest at the time, which may have made a huge difference because Dr. Scalia says he has multiple gunshot wounds to his torso and extremities. Now, County Executive Johnny Olszewski, Interim Baltimore County Police Chief Dennis Delp, and others, they were all outside of shock trauma overnight, showing their support for this officer. Let's listen to that.
We see men and women who are still out there trying to apprehend a suspect who has wreaked way too much havoc in our communities. So I thank all of the brave men and women who are out there. This is indeed a very difficult profession. We know this is an ongoing situation outside of what's happening here. But we're here to show our support and love for our officer.
Now, again, as for that first Baltimore County officer that was shot on Wednesday night, he has since been treated here at shock trauma and has since been released. So he is doing relatively well, and that is the good news. But again, that detective shot last night, he remains here in stable condition, but on life support. Reporting live from shock trauma, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Another sunny day to end your work week, but just how long will that sun stick around? Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when our next weather maker will move into the region.
We're here at Bell Nursery, and we're actually in the greenhouse now. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, we'll give you a behind-the-scenes tour here and show you what they're growing for the spring season. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Coming up on 9:40 right now, and you can find the perfect alternative to cut flowers for your Valentine.
Surprise them with a gift suited just for them. Now, this morning from our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson is at Bell Nursery showing us a little bit more.
Spring is right around the corner. We're actually already getting like a little mini taste of it, and it has everybody anxious to start buying their flowers. We're here at Bell Nursery with Carol Jacobs, where they are already preparing for spring.
Yes, we've actually been working on this for weeks now. We are here in our greenhouses in Burtonsville, getting all these beautiful pansies ready for you so you can buy them in a few weeks at your local Home Depot. We have 200,000 square feet of usable greenhouse.
That's incredible.
And as you mentioned earlier, Aim, we use every bit of space.
Every bit of space, from down below to high above.
Everything in here is controlled by computers. The temperature is regulated between 56 to 62 degrees, which is the perfect temperature for your pansies. This is why they are the perfect spring flower.
They're not out at stores yet, though.
Nope, they're not.
But they will be.
I'm going to say
soon.
3 to 4 weeks, depending on the weather. But you can get a nice sneak peek of how beautiful these little faces are.
They're so pretty.
They're just here resting, getting ready for you.
And what kind of conditions do they like once you do buy them and bring them home?
They do prefer that nice morning sun, cooler evening temperatures. You do want to keep them moist but not soggy. They're really very easy to grow. The only thing they don't like is that heat of summer when that hits us, and this is Maryland. It could hit any time.
Be prepared.
So, but they're very simple to grow, and it is the one flower that you can just brighten up after a long winter. Just brighten up your planters, your patio, your porches, and it just makes everybody happy.
Perfect. And Home Depot, that's the spot to head when you're ready.
Spot.
Okay, awesome. If you want more information on all your spring planting, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Only 2 days away from the Super Bowl this Sunday. Patrice, Tom, and Justin battling it out one last time to see which team will take home the Lombardi Trophy in their pigskin predictions.
Oh, yeah, we even got Megan in there, too. Highs will be in the lower 60s for your Friday, but meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's actually out grilling right now, let us know how it will last for the weekend. And will you be able to grill all weekend? 9:42 is the time.
done? Do we even have a chance?
I meant to look back at what. So you and I have what, 6 points?
Oh, not a lot.
I think we have 6. And how many do you? I think you have.
You have 9.
Megan and I are
You're like a 15. Yeah.
You're like at 13, 14, 15.
5 more points.
Right. So it's really between Megan and Tom.
And it kind of goes with the names that are on the back of the trophy.
I know, read that. Just go ahead and
I don't
read
want
it.
to touch it because it's slowly been
That is an amazing trophy, however.
It was up here, but
okay. Easy.
But anyway, if you spin it around, you can see Megan. It's falling apart. I can't even keep it. All right, there you go. So that's it. Anyway, so they have just Megan and Tom, Megan and Tom, Megan and Tom, and
how is that even the case?
I know.
And this is your thing.
It's my thing, and I do well against the other people in the season. Somehow I get to the playoffs, and man. So I mean, yeah. So once again, between Megan and Tom.
And so this is worth 5 points.
This is for all the marbles. This is for all the broken trophies.
For the heck of it, you and I, we can just give our. So let's do our own side bet. Between me
I'm all
and you.
about. Listen, you know me. I'll gamble anything. I'm all about side bets.
Between me and you, what are we betting?
How about breakfast?
Miss Shirley.
Miss Shirley's.
Okay, perfect. I
now,
like that.
are you guys both picking the same team?
I don't know.
All right, so you go ahead.
I'm going Eagles.
You're going Eagles?
Yeah, they're 1.5 point favorites. I feel like they're going to take down the Chiefs. I think they're very, very evenly matched.
Yeah.
I think the Eagles prevail in the end.
Okay, well, since you're going with the Eagles and I want Miss Shirley's, I'm going to go with the Chiefs. And, I know they've got good defense. Defense wins things, but Mahomes had this, historic comeback, and his foot is good.
That ankle.
Nope, it's good. I'm going with the Chiefs. All right.
And the Chiefs have beat the Eagles last 3 times they've met. So they have. But that was that was what they were saying about Cincinnati Bengals and the Chiefs, and what happened there. So
what about you?
Oh, Eagles all the way.
Of course you are.
Megan already knows that. She knows Eagles. In fact, she would, if she was here, she would say the Eagles are the dominant team. Yeah. But in order to go,
she would say all that.
she has to go with KC to win it.
You're putting words in Megan's mouth.
So she's going Chiefs.
Megan will go Chiefs because Megan is very competitive also, and she wants to take Tom down. So Megan's going Chiefs. She did not give any credit to the Eagles.
Our side bet, Megan and I, is who can tape up this thing and make it look presentable.
I like what we win better than that,
Breakfast.
actually.
I can't wait for some Miss Shirley's. Okay, good. All right, come on, Eagles.
Share your pigskin predictions with me. Just go to my Facebook page and leave me a post. Tell me who you think's going to win. Me, Justin.
All right. And
Jason
by the way,
Jason Kelsey.
Yeah, the Kelsey brothers. Fox 45. It's Sunday. Coverage starts right now, and then it goes all the way. Yeah, it's 6:30 is the kickoff.
Yeah, that's it.
Good luck to all.
That's right.
I want an omelet. I want
calling your stuff out.
I want
Southern Slammer. I'm getting the Southern Slammer, Miss Shirley's. Yeah.
I want the fried green tomatoes.
Have fun with all that. Eagles, eating jelly.
What was that massive thing? It's like a meal and a drink of the Bloody Mary that comes with all the
they did
veggies
have
that
all
are
that.
on
Yes.
the planet.
Go Eagles!
Go Eagles!
Fly, Philly Eagles! Fly!
Fly Eagles fly.
The shrimp and grits.
Now, don't forget, you can watch Super Bowl 57 this Sunday afternoon, February 12th, right here on Fox 45. We have complete coverage as Kansas City Chiefs, Philadelphia Eagles, both looking for their second titles in the past 6 years. This is going to be an amazing game. Coverage starts at 11, and the Super Bowl pregame show live in Arizona begins at 1. Then kickoff for Super Bowl 57 starts at 6:30.
It's going to be a big game. And a cool down is headed our way for the weekend, so maybe a good idea to gather inside and watch with some friends. Let's head over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah,
just burn my finger on the burgers.
You're glistening on your forehead too.
I'm grilling because we're talking about the grill. Now I already grilled the Kansas City dry rub on the pork chops. They're over there.
I thought you were shining bright like a diamond.
And and as an Eagles fan, they were very good.
Thank you.
KC Rub was very good.
The Philadelphia cheesesteak burgers are on the grill, so I've got to do weather quickly so I can go back out there because I went back.
That's
and
important.
I lifted the thing up and it was like all going like this, and so Aaron called me, "Get in here, we need you for weather." I'm like, "Okay, hold on, I gotta wipe all the." So anyway, all right. Maybe this is what your experience is going to be like on Sunday. Yes, we do have to deal with some rain, guys, by the time we get into Sunday afternoon, and temperatures that will be cooler as we head toward the weekend. But overall, not too bad right now. Mid-50s. We're getting to 60 here here later today. Temperatures will be slightly cooler. We hit 68 yesterday afternoon. That was one shy of the record. Colder weekend is right around the corner. You can see on our HD radar that cold front moving out toward the east of us right now, and the wind is picking up back behind that. So you can see those wind gusts anywhere from 20 to 35 and 36 miles an hour. Definitely some gusty conditions, and that wind will continue to be from the west and northwest here throughout the day today. We're already seeing cooler temperatures in western Maryland, mid-50s across Westminster, Bel Air, down through Baltimore City into Annapolis at this time. Hank the Bird, he's excited. Yeah, he's ready for the Eagles, even though he's a Ravens fan, but it's a bird, so he's still going for the Eagles here today or this weekend. Mid to upper 50s here across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those mid to upper 50s as we take you out through the day today. And we'll see those numbers in the mid to upper 50s for you out through Carroll County, Harford County, and Cecil counties. All of those areas still seeing those temperatures that are above average. And even though we cooled down this weekend with numbers into the 40s, they're still going to be in that above average category before we start to see those numbers go right back up next week. We're right back to the 50s and lower 60s. That's what we're going to be looking for. So there's our future scan, taking you through the afternoon today and tomorrow, staying mainly dry. Sunday is when we get some changes. So some rain showers coming in, especially as we get late into Sunday afternoon and evening. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit wet, definitely overcast, and we'll see the temperatures that will be a little bit colder as well. We're not tracking really any snow. The ground is just too warm, and all the models coming in are making it mainly just the rain that we'll have to deal with on your Sunday. 4 days out from Valentine's Day. We're 10 days now from President's Day. 5 weeks from today, my friends, we'll be hanging out at all those great areas that have all the fun for St. Patty's Day in Baltimore. 35 days from right now. I'm very excited for that. Opening day, the O's are like right after that. I mean, here we go, springtime. And look at these numbers, too. Even though, as I mentioned, we're in the upper 40s here, Saturday and Sunday, we're going to see those temperatures that will be closer to average, but we're drier next week and we'll warm back up as well. All right, I got to go flip the burgers, but I'll try to come back on time for the 10-day forecast after the break. There's Tom. Dude, hold on. Wait, do you even have a burger yet?
I'm making up my own.
You're making your own. All right, go do your thing. right, welcome back, everybody. We do have some sunshine out there. The wind already picking up, and we will see cooler temperatures here for the weekend. 60 today, still not bad this afternoon. Mid to upper 40s into your Saturday and Sunday. Then we're back to the 50s next week, and we do have some showers coming in by next Thursday. But check those numbers. We're right back to the lower 60s. So even though we get the 40s here this weekend for Super Bowl, overall, not going to be too bad. Now, trying to do the weather and grill burgers at the same time, sometimes it doesn't work out. We had a propane incident. I had to change out the propane. I put the new propane in. I came in here. They're like, you got to do weather.
Justin, what is that?
Moral of the story, have a backup.
What I was going to do was for a Philly, so I have a Kansas City barbecue rub on the pork chops.
Which are delicious.
Thank you. These are going to be Philly cheesesteak burgers with the onions and the green peppers.
Is
and
this
then
an omen?
you put cheese.
That's exactly what I was asking him.
Look,
I said, is this an omen? No, don't do it. Oh. Yeah, not bad.
It's okay.
You got a cheese sandwich.
No.
That, when he came in with the plate, though, and put them down, the entire studio smells horrible right now.
There you go.
What is this an omen for the game come Sunday?
I don't think so.
I mean, we don't want to show any bias or anything, but I think you guys know who we think is going to win.
We don't want to be leaning at all, of course.
No issues whatsoever.
None at all.
It's going to be a fun game.
I hope your burgers look better than this. I'm going to do round 2 in a few minutes after the show.
It smells so bad in here.
Oh, my gosh.
Here, have one.
Have a great weekend.
I'm okay with that.
It looked good.
I'm going to stick to this one. Oh, my God.